and their poor choice to embrace terror and violence rather than condemn it. I will elaborate about the PA poor, weak, incompetent leadership when we have the discussion later on in the Security Council. Regarding Lebanon, at this stage, I cannot give any specific comments regarding the attack in Lebanon. However, as the Prime Minister said in the General Assembly today, we will take all necessary actions to achieve our aim of returning our civilians to their homes in the north. True to that word, the Israel Defense Forces conducted a precise attack on Hezbollah's central headquarters once the core of its terror operations, not anymore. They intentionally built under residential buildings in Beirut. Hezbollah, they are cowards. They use the Lebanese civilians as human shields to deter retaliation. Since October 8, Hezbollah has continuously attacked Israel with drones, rockets, and missiles. Despite nearly a year of Israeli warning to the world, nothing changed. Now, as any sovereign nation would, Israel is taking necessary steps to protect its people and ensure that Israeli families can live in peace and security, free from the shadow of terror. Israel will continue to act decisively. We will not sit and wait for death to knock at our doors. What happened on October 7 will never happen again. No, we will rise, we will strike, and we will hunt down those who plot against us. We have sent a clear message to every terrorist leader and every organization bent on our destruction. Israel will not wait for terror to come to our doorstep. We will come to them first, and we will eliminate them. Thank you.
Ambassador, it's Pamela Falk from U.S. News and World Report. Can you tell us anything about the proposal for a 21-day ceasefire? The Prime Minister did not mention it. Is it still on the table? And is there anything about the Lebanon bombing that you can tell us? Who was in the building? Thank you.
First, we appreciate the efforts of those who are trying diplomacy. As we said earlier, if we can achieve the goals of the war through diplomacy, we prefer that. And the goals are to allow the citizens of Israel, 70,000 refugees, to move back to their homes and to push Hezbollah from the southern Lebanon area according to Resolution 1701. If there will be a similar agreement or proposal, we will accept it. And your second question, Pamela?
Fill us in on any details of what
who
might have been in the building.
At this stage, I can say only that. It was a meeting of bad people coming together, plotting another attacks against Israel. So we made sure they will not be able to do it anymore.
Ambassador, Margaret from Voice of America, you've been saying the last couple of days that you have evidence that Hezbollah was planning an October 7-style attack against Israel. Could you elaborate on that? Because you've given us no details. Thank you.
Well, I cannot give you all the details, but I would say that, we know that the Radwan forces of Hezbollah were plotting and practicing to have similar attacks, entering northern communities in Israel, kidnapping Israelis, and it's very similar. And actually, I think they were caught by surprise also by the attack of Hamas, because they were talking about it, they were practicing it, and we have evidence for that. But Hamas, unfortunately, caught us by surprise, but we have that information of their ideas to commit similar crimes that will involve kidnapping Israelis from Israel into Lebanon.
Ambassador, this is Gabriel Elizondo from Al Jazeera English over here, Ambassador. Thank you. Gabriel Elizondo from Al Jazeera English. Yeah. Thank you for the question. Thank you for were you targeting Hassan Nasrallah?
Well, when I said that it was a meeting of bad actors, Nasrallah is a bad actor. He's a terrorist. He has the blood on his hands for many Americans, thousands of Israelis. So I think he should be punished for that. I cannot confirm now whether he was in that meeting or not, but when I speak about bad actors, he's one of them. Yes.
Ambassador, CCTV, just one quick question. Do you have any update on the second phase of the polio campaign in Gaza? Will Israel agree to do that?
We are moving ahead. We are working very closely with WHO and UNICEF. I think it's a good example of cooperation between UN agencies that want to deal with professional projects and not advocacy against Israel, like UNRWA Gaza, for example. We will continue to work and collaborate between COGAT and those NGOs in order to complete this project.
What about UNRWA?
I mentioned earlier, UNRWA, they are busier more in bashing Israel and inciting against Israel rather than supporting humanitarian efforts in Gaza.
Is it accurate that Netanyahu ordered the bombing from the UN?
It's good.
Prime Minister Netanyahu in his remarks said there's no place in Iran that Israel cannot reach. The Biden administration has been saying for months that they don't want this to escalate into other parts of the region. The question is Israel comfortable hitting anywhere in Iran without getting help from the United States?
No, so I think the Prime Minister said it differently. He said, if we will be attacked, we will strike back. That's the equation he put very directly. We have no intention to start an attack, but if somebody will attack us, we have the capabilities, we have the technology to attack back, and we have proved it in the past. We'll take maybe one last question, because I know the Minister... Yes, please.
From the UN?
Ambassador Stefano Vaccaro, Ital Press, La Voce di New York. Ambassador, are you at war with Lebanon? Are you going to declare war to this country? You are bombing its capital. Usually, I mean, when a country bombs the capital of another country, is at war.
So let's start with the facts. October 8th, while we were still counting the bodies and we were fighting Hamas terrorists in the south and collecting the leftover of entire families, Hezbollah, which is part of the Lebanese government, which is in control of southern Lebanon, started to launch rockets and missiles against Israel. Unprovoked attack. They are the one who started, and they are yes, it was unprovoked attack on October 8th. We had no conflict with Lebanon. Hezbollah decided to show solidarity with Hamas, and Nasrallah said it himself, and since then, almost a year now, they are sending rockets, drones against Israel. So we retaliate. So I think that question should be asked. I don't know if you can ask anything in Lebanon today, but I call to the Lebanese people to speak up and to pressure Hezbollah and not allow Hezbollah to drag Lebanon to another war against Israel. Thank you very much.
çalışacağım. Haberim yokmuş gibi çekin ama. Açayım mı? Se. I'm not in a position to make any statement. His Excellencies will come. They will come in 1 minute. Efendim? Ama vaziyet buradan açılacak gibi de durmuyor. Is it only His Excellency will make the statement?
Yes.
Just him.
Just him. مع طول العرب. أعطي كلمتين بالعربي بعدين. على اليمين. على اليمين.
Can I, if you don't mind, huh?
Yeah. أبغى أقول كلمتين بالعربي بعدين if you want to add something I'll just say introduction.
زي ما بدك.
إيه. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. يجب I will say a few words in Arabic, then if somebody from my colleagues will say a few words in English, then we'll open it up to questions. يجب أن تتضافر جهودنا في هذه اللحظة الحاسمة لإيقاف هذا التصعيد الخارج عن السيطرة وتجنب المنطقة وشعوبها ويلات الحرب. نقلنا موقف اللجنة العربية الإسلامية الحازم بضرورة أن يقوم مجلس الأمن أو سننقل بالأحرى إلى المجلس أن يقوم بدوره في وقف الحرب. من غير المعقول ارتهان القرار الدولي طرف واحد يتعنت في تصعيده غير مبالي بالقوانين والمواثيق الدولية ولا بقرارات مجلس الأمن ولا بالاعتبارات الإنسانية والأخلاقية والأساسية. جاء إطلاق اللجنة الوزارية العربية الإسلامية المشتركة مع شركائها في الاتحاد الأوروبي والنرويج لتحالف الدول لتنفيذ حل الدولتين قناعة منا بعدم وجود مجال لانتظار جاهزية الطرف الآخر للتفاوض في ظل تصاعد انتهاكاته الجسيمة، ونرى استمرار الكارثة الإنسانية في غزة خير دليل على ذلك. حان الوقت لتحرك فعال وعملي ومسار سياسي موثوق وواضح المعالم لتنفيذ حل الدولتين. فالدولة الفلسطينية حق أصيل وليس نتيجة نهائية سئمنا من الانتظار وحان الوقت لتحرك جماعي جاد.
Thank you. Well, as we always said, without solving the Palestinian problem and end the suffering of our people that started with the Nakba in 1948, the region of the Middle East will continue to be struggling, unstable, insecure. I think we're proven right that it's time for the state of Palestine to be established and on the ground and as fast as possible to end the misery, the insecurity, and the troubles of the Middle East. We are believers in peace and prosperity for all. We thank all countries that recognize Palestine. We also invite others to do the same. We thank the contact group Arab and Islamic countries done a terrific job to support the statehood project. We believe that the UN Security Council resolution, the United Nations General Assembly resolution 10 days ago is a very good start to end the occupation, start serious effort to establish the Palestinian state, and ensure that the whole region will live in peace and prosperity once and for all. Thank you.
سؤالي معالي الوزير بالنسبة لما حدث اليوم من قصف لمركز القيادة لحزب الله في بيروت وتدمير 6 مباني بالكامل سعيا لقتل الأمين العام حسن نصر الله. كيف تنظرون إلى مثل هذا الهجوم في الوقت الذي تدرس الولايات المتحدة وفرنسا والسعودية ودول أخرى مقترحات لتهدئة الوضع ولنزع الفتيل من النزاع والحرب على لبنان؟ هل هي محاولة تخريبية من إسرائيل لهذا الاقتراح الذي قال البيت الأبيض صباح اليوم على لسان جون كيربي المتحدث الرسمي لمجلس الأمن القومي أن إسرائيل is on board، أن إسرائيل موافقة على الاقتراح؟
شكرا. شكرا. المعلومات أولية التي نراها ليس عندي تعليق عليها، لكن المؤكد أن الموقف الموحد أن التصعيد يجب أن يتوقف، يجب أن نجد طريقنا إلى وقف القتال، يجب أن نجد طريقنا إلى حل سياسي في إطار جامع لكل هذه المشكلة، وأساس المشكلة بطبيعة الحال الحرب في غزة وغياب الأفق السياسي للقضية الفلسطينية. فيجب أن نركز على هذا الجانب، وهذا السبب انضمينا إلى البيان مع الولايات المتحدة وفرنسا الداعي لوقف إطلاق النار، وهذا السبب اللي دعينا منذ أول يوم كمملكة العربية السعودية وكل زملائنا في هذه اللجنة لوقف إطلاق النار في غزة، لأن الحرب والدمار لن تأتي إلا بمزيد من الحرب، وهذا ليس في مصلحة المنطقة.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Minister.
I'll come to you.
Mr. Minister, it's Pamela Falk from U.S. News and World Report. The Israeli Prime Minister called for better relations between the kingdom and Israel, like as in the Abraham Accords. Given what's going on, is that still possible? Thank you.
It was interesting to see that Prime Minister Netanyahu, in his words, in quite a lengthy statement about the issue, not once mentioned Palestine, not once mentioned the Palestinians. And this is exactly the problem, because without addressing the issue of Palestine, it will not be possible to reach the true potential of regional peace and stability. So the crux of the matter is, how do we address the issue of Palestine? We address it through what has been established in international law, the formation of a Palestinian state, and that will indeed open up the horizon, not just for normalization, but also for integration, for cooperation. It offers huge potential for all of us in the region. But again, without addressing the issue of the Palestinians, this is not going to happen.
Following up, I mean, on that question, Benjamin Netanyahu frequently referenced Saudi Arabia in his speech, and yet just minutes earlier he had authorized this strike on Beirut. Do you feel tricked by the Israelis in terms of him referencing Saudi Arabia while also almost simultaneously attacking Beirut?
I mean, he can reference whoever he wants. Our position is clear, and as I just stated, what we believe very, very, very strongly in, first of all, that a ceasefire is necessary, that the guns are not going to solve anything, that we need to move towards a peace in our region, and that peace is firmly rooted in addressing the Palestinian issue.
Minister, can I ask you, thank you. Can I ask you, Minister, how
Sorry. Yeah.
شكرا سعادة الوزير عبد الحميد صيام من القدس العربي. سعادة الوزير، أنت تعرف أن الدنيا هي عبارة عن مصالح. الولايات المتحدة التي تدعم إسرائيل بدون حدود إذا لم تشعر أن هناك ثمن ممكن أن يدفع بسبب الدعم اللامحدود لإسرائيل، كيف يمكن أن تغير اتجاهها؟ هل بإمكان الدول العربية والإسلامية أن تستخدم قوتها الناعمة وقوتها الاقتصادية وعلاقاتها لفرض قيام الدولة الفلسطينية وليس استجداء قيام الدولة الفلسطينية؟
أعتقد لا نستطيع أن نتحدث ولا يجب أن نتحدث في الشأن الدولي عن فرض. لا نقبل أن يفرض علينا ولا نريد أن نفرض على أحد، لكن لابد أن نتكاتف ونعمل سويا لتحقيق ما هو الحق، والحق هو قيام الدولة الفلسطينية. وهذا هو الفكرة الأساس في التحالف الذي دعينا له البارحة، والذي حضره ما يقارب من 90 دولة، تقريبا 60 منهم على مستوى وزاري. وهذا تأكيد أن هناك تضافر ورغبة لإيجاد سبيل لتحقيق تسوية حقيقية للقضية في منطقتنا بقيام الدولة الفلسطينية. وأعتقد هذا هو المسار الصحيح، هو توليد أو تعزيز الإجماع الدولي، وهذا لا شك سيؤثر أيضا على الأطراف التي لا زالت تتردد في هذا الجانب هنا وثم هنا.
إذا فعلا إذا فعلا تم استهداف أمين عام حزب الله وخرجت أمور عن السيطرة، هل ستواصلون مع الإيرانيين لتجنيب المنطقة من حرب شاملة؟
على كل حال نحن نتواصل مع الجميع لتجنيب المنطقة مزيد من الحروب ومزيد من الأسى، وسنعمل دوما على يعني تجنب أي شيء يزيد من هذا القتال.
Minister, Minister, there is deep concern here and elsewhere about the way things are heading in the Middle East. How dangerous a moment would you say this is for the region?
I mean, we have been saying, for months now, that this is an incredibly dangerous moment and that the risk of the situation spiraling out of control is real. And that is not less the case now, it is indeed more the case. And that is why we continue to push for a ceasefire certainly in Gaza, but also now a ceasefire in Lebanon, because again, guns are not the answer.
How much more dangerous do you think it is now?
I mean, it's hard to assess a specific level of danger. I think Minister Ayman would like to add something.
Thank you. I think it can get much more dangerous, particularly if the Israeli government is allowed to continue with its escalatory measures against Palestinians in the West Bank and against the holy sites. You have a deadlock in Gaza because the Israeli Prime Minister aborted the exchange deal. You have an escalation in Lebanon because he sees he only understands that the language of war. He hasn't listened to the international community. He didn't listen to his allies. So he launched war in Lebanon. And now this government is trying to escalate on the West Bank. If that happens, that is when the threat of regional war will become the more real, because the symbolism and the importance of the holy site.
1734th meeting of the Security Council is called to order. The provisional agenda for
226 of our own colleagues have been killed, many with their families. I call for investigation and accountability for these killings. At the same time, violence continues in the occupied West Bank, including East Jerusalem. Some 700 Palestinians and 14 Israelis have been killed since 7 October, the highest number on both sides in more than 2 decades. The construction of new settlements, land grabs, demolitions, and settler violence all continue. The advisory opinion of the International Court of Justice found that Israel's continued presence in the occupied Palestinian territory is unlawful, and Israel has an obligation to end it as rapidly as possible. The General Assembly demanded that Israel should comply. Meanwhile, the Israeli authorities continue to limit and prevent the international media from reporting from the occupied Palestinian territory. International media outlets are the eyes and ears of the world. Journalists must be able to do their jobs everywhere. Mr. President, shock waves radiating from the unprecedented death and destruction in Gaza now threaten to push the entire region into the abyss, a full-scale conflagration with unimaginable consequences. Monday was the bloodiest day in Lebanon since 2006. Today, Israeli Defense Forces struck civilian buildings in Beirut, saying they had targeted Hezbollah's main headquarters located under Nice. War in Lebanon could lead to further escalation involving outside powers. I fully support the proposal for a temporary ceasefire, allowing for the delivery of humanitarian relief and paving the way for the resumption of serious negotiations for a durable peace across the Blue Line. We need this ceasefire now. We cannot afford endless negotiations as we have on Gaza. We must avoid a regional war at all costs. Gaza remains the epicenter of the violence, and Gaza is key to ending it. Mr. President, Gaza is the most dangerous place in the world for the delivery of humanitarian assistance. But our colleagues continue to do their utmost to fulfill their humanitarian mission. The recent polio vaccination campaign shows what humanitarian agencies can do when they are allowed to carry out their vital work. But crossing points into Gaza remain restricted or inaccessible, roads are damaged and littered with unexploded ordnance, essential items, including shelter kits and protective equipment, are prohibited, and so far this month, almost half of coordinated humanitarian movements in Gaza were denied access or otherwise impeded by the Israeli authorities. 87% of movements between north and south were denied or impeded. Instead of scaling up humanitarian operations, we see a scaling up of attacks and harassment against humanitarian personnel. On 28 August, Israeli forces opened fire on a clearly marked World Food Programme armored vehicle that was part of a convoy that had been coordinated with the Israeli military authorities. 10 bullets hit the windows of the vehicle. On 9 September, a UN convoy that had been fully coordinated with the Israeli forces was stopped at Al-Rashid checkpoint on its way to support the polio vaccination campaign in northern Gaza. Soldiers pointed their weapons directly at the convoy personnel. The clearly marked UN vehicles were encircled by Israeli forces and live shots were fired. The convoy was approached by 2 Israeli tanks and a bulldozer. The rear tank rammed the UN vehicles from the back, compacting the convoy with 12 humanitarian workers inside. The bulldozer dropped debris on the first vehicle, while soldiers threatened UN and NGO personnel inside. Actions like these create significant risks to UN and other humanitarian personnel. Attacks on humanitarians are an unacceptable assault on the values of the United Nations and must stop. Meanwhile, the indispensable work of UNRWA cannot be undermined by attacks against its people and mandate and by administrative obstacles. I urge the Israeli authorities to do everything in their power to end attacks on UN personnel and property, to stop spreading disinformation against UN officials and entities, and to speed up the approval of visas and procurement requests. All parties must abide by their obligations to protect humanitarian personnel and ensure that civilian sites are not used for military purposes. Mr. President, the United Nations will continue to support all efforts towards sustainable peace, starting with an end to the violence. The death spiral must end for Gaza, for the people of Palestine and Israel, for the region, and for the world. International humanitarian law must be respected. Civilians and civilian infrastructure must be protected. Aid must flow freely and safely, and there must finally be accountability. The key to peace in the region is a political solution. All hostages must be released immediately and unconditionally, and the international community must mobilize for an immediate ceasefire and the beginning of an irreversible process towards the end of the occupation and the creation of a Palestinian state. I urge the Council to unite in support of an immediate ceasefire leading to a viable two-state solution. That is the only way to end this cycle of tragedy, and I thank you.
I thank the Secretary General for his briefing. And now I give the floor to His Excellency, Mr. Mohammed Mustafa, Prime Minister and Minister of Foreign Affairs and Expatriates of the Observer State of Palestine.
Thank you, Mr. President. اسمح لي في البداية
At the outset,
أن أتقدم منكم
allow me
ولوفد سلوفينيا
to
بصفتكم رئيس مجلس الأمن لهذا
thank
الشهر
you, Mr. President, and thank
وافر
Slovenia,
الشكر
the
والتقدير
President of the Security
على
Council, for
عقد هذا
this
الاجتماع
month.
الوزاري الهام
We express our
حول القضية
gratitude for
الفلسطينية.
holding this important
وأود
ministerial
أن أغتنم
meeting
هذه الفرصة
on the Palestinian cause.
لأتقدم
I
لكم
take this
بالتهنئة على حسن
opportunity to
قيادتكم
congratulate you
لمجلس الأمن
on
خلال
assuming
فترة
the
توليكم الرئاسة
presidency
خاصة
of the Security
في
Council
هذا
in
الوقت
this
الدقيق.
able manner, especially
لقد
at this
شهدنا من
delicate
سلوفينيا
time.
مواقف مشرفة
Slovenia has had
الوقوف إلى جانب
honorable
القانون
positions.
الدولي
You stood
والحقوق التي
beside
يكفلها هذا
international
القانون
law and the rights
ولكم منا
guaranteed by
كل
this law.
الاحترام
We
والثناء.
express all our gratitude
كما
and our
أود أيضا
respect to you.
أن أتقدم بالشكر والتقدير
We would also like to
للأمين العام
express
للأمم
our
المتحدة
thanks and appreciation to the
على
Secretary
قيادته
General
الحكيمة
of the United Nations
لمنظمتنا
for his wise
التي تتعرض
leadership
لهجوم
of this
وحملات
organization
تشهير
that has been the
غير
victim
مسبوقة
of attacks
على يد
and
إسرائيل.
defamation, unprecedented
نجد امتنان
defamation
لكم
by Israel.
نجدد امتناننا لكم
We renew
على
our
شجاعتكم
gratitude towards
وحرصكم
you for your
على
courage
الحفاظ على مصداقية
for
هذه
maintaining
المنظمة
the
وفاعلية
credibility of
عملها
this organization
والاستمرار في
and the
تقديم العون
effectiveness
والإغاثة
of its work
وحشد الدعم
for
لرفع
continuing to
المعاناة
provide
عن شعبنا
assistance,
الفلسطيني
for mobilizing
رغم
support
تكلفكم
to alleviate the
عناء
suffering of
هذه
the
المهمة
Palestinian people.
والمسؤولية ورغم فقدانكم لزملائكم
Although you
في قطاع
yourselves
غزة
have lost
الذين هم
colleagues
إخوتنا
in the Gaza Strip,
وأخواتنا ورغم استهداف
colleagues that
إسرائيل
are
للأمم
our own
المتحدة
brothers and
ومقارها
sisters,
وأماكن
and although
الإيواء
Israel targeted the
وموظفيها
United Nations,
خاصة وكالة الأونروا
its
لكم
facilities,
منا
its
كل
shelters,
التحية
its
والاحترام
employees, especially
والدعم.
UNRWA. We
السيد
salute you
الرئيس
and we salute your
أصحاب
sacrifice.
السمو والمعالي
Mr. President,
والسعادة
Your
لقد
Excellencies,
مضى عام كامل على العدوان الإسرائيلي
a whole year
على
has
شعبنا
passed
في قطاع
since the
غزة
beginning
المحاصر
of the Israeli
والمدمر
aggression against our people in the Gaza Strip.
360
The
يوما
Gaza
وليلة
Strip that has been destroyed
الرعب
and sieged.
والقتل
365
والنزوح
days and nights of
والدمار
terror, of killing,
والمرض
of displacement,
والألم
of destruction,
والجوع
of disease,
والقهر
of pain, of
واليأس
hunger, of
والحزن
despair, of
والحاجة
sadness, of
والحرمان
need, of deprivation.
وفوق هذا التجريد
And on top
وفوق هذا وذاك
of all of that,
التجريد من الإنسانية
they've dehumanized
والكرامة.
us and they took away our dignity.
لقد بدأ عام على
A
تعنت
year has
الحكومة
passed
الإسرائيلية
on the intransigence of the Israeli government. A year has passed for the inhumane double standards in this council, double standards that have left our children, our women, our elderly, our doctors, our journalists, our teachers, our humanitarian workers without any protection, without any support, as if they were not even human beings. Mr. President, we came to the United Nations and we felt solidarity, great solidarity with our people and our just cause. But we leave the United Nations and we see that the Israeli massacres have not ended. And the Security Council, to this very day, did not put an end to the Israeli aggression, did not adopt measures that would put pressure to bear on the Israeli government to put an end to this war, to this aggression. They've destroyed Gaza completely. They've invaded cities in the West Bank. They've attacked unarmed Palestinian citizens, and today we see them firing on the Lebanese people. They're violating the sovereignty of Lebanon, blatantly violating the UN Charter and international law. They are acting as a rogue state because they are convinced that they are above the law and they are entitled to things that other countries are not entitled to. So how would they not repeat the same aggression in Lebanon if they were not held accountable for their crimes in Palestine? And that they were not forced to comply with the ceasefire in Gaza, with putting an end to the aggression, with putting an end to the terror from settlers in the West Bank, including East Jerusalem. Israel continues with its aggression so that it pushes the entire region towards an open war. Will the Security Council continue with its traditional position where you call for Israel to put an end to the war and expect Israel to comply? When will you activate your tools at the Security Council that will compel Israel to comply, to maintain international peace and security? Till when will you refrain from using Chapter 7 on Israel? Are you waiting for a bigger catastrophe? Are you waiting for a larger war? We condemn attacking citizens regardless of their nationality, their religion, their background. There is no justification that gives anyone the right to target civilians and to harm civilians. Your Excellencies,
لعل ما يمكن استخلاصه فيما يخص القضية الفلسطينية خلال هذا الأسبوع من الوقت الذي قضيناه في الأمم المتحدة هو أن قادة العالم من مختلف بقاع الأرض يرون أنه من اللا منطقي بل من الجنون أن نستمر على نفس النهج الذي اعتدنا عليه في الماضي لمواجهة التحديات المهولة التي نقف أمامها اليوم والتي تمنعنا من تحقيق السلام العادل والشامل والدائم. ما يعني أيضا أنه من غير الممكن الاكتفاء فقط بالتعبير والانضمام إلى الموقف الدولي الثابت بشأن التسوية السلمية للقضية الفلسطينية ثم ترك الأمور إلى أن يأتي الوقت الذي تصبح هذه الأطراف جاهزة للتفاوض من أجل التوصل إلى حل عادل وسلمي وشامل. فلا يمكن الآن تجاهل حقيقة أن هناك طرف لا يريد التفاوض ولكنه من يملك الوقت كله
This party has all the time in the world, is imposing illegitimate facts on the ground. They have their own internal political agenda, colonial agenda that violates international law and the UN Charter, while the other party is racing against time and every day is losing everything that is near and dear. Something that
كما لا يمكن بعد اليوم التصديق بأن إدارة الصراع بدلا من إنهائه هي استراتيجية مجدية تصل بنا إلى الأمن والاستقرار. إن المواقف الدولية الثابتة بشأن التسوية السلمية للقضية الفلسطينية هي مواقف ضرورية
on the
وهامة
peaceful
جدا،
settlement of the
وقد
Palestinian
سعينا
cause.
معكم
These are
بشكل
necessary
جماعي
and important
للتوصل
positions,
إليها
and we
على
have
مر
worked with
العقود
you so that we can
لتصبح
reach this
مرجعيات
peaceful
دولية
settlement for
متفق
decades,
عليها
so that we can go
وتستند
back
إلى
to the
القانون الدولي
internationally
وقرارات
agreed
الشرعية
upon terms
الدولية.
of references,
ولكننا
so that we can
نقف
rely on
الآن
international law
أمام
and the
تحديات
resolutions of
عظيمة
international
ومنعطف
legitimacy. But
تاريخي.
today we are
لم
before
تعد
great
هذه
challenges.
المواقف
We are
وحدها
before a
كافية،
turning point, and
وأصبح من
these
الملح
positions
أن
alone are
تتكاتف
not
الجهود
enough. We
لاتخاذ
need
إجراءات
concerted
عملية
efforts to take
تجعل من إنهاء
practical
الاحتلال
measures that
وتنفيذ حل
make
الدولتين
the
على
end of
حدود
the occupation and
1967
achieving the two-state
حقيقة
solution
وتمارس
along the
على
borders of
الأرض
1967
الواقعية. لا
to
يمكن
make sure that
إبطالها
this is a
أو
reality
التراجع
on the
عنها،
ground.
ولا يمكن الإبقاء
It is
عليها كمجرد
irreversible.
رؤية
It
سياسية
cannot
أو
remain
أمنية دولية.
as a political
السيد
vision.
الرئيس، مع ظهور جيل فلسطيني جديد
Mr. President,
تتعمد
we have a new
إسرائيل سلطة
Palestinian
الاحتلال غير
generation,
الشرعي
and
تدمير
Israel, the
فلسطين،
occupying power,
ثم
is
نعيد
seeking
بناؤها،
to destroy
ثم تدمرها
Palestine.
مرة
We
أخرى،
rebuild again.
ونعيد
They destroy
بناؤها
again. We
مرة
rebuild again.
أخرى، ثم تدمر
And they
مرة
destroy
أخرى.
again.
لقد مررنا بمحن ومآس شتى، ونهض شعبنا بعد كل محنة ململما جراحه، حاملا ألمه وحافظا أمله، مصمما على الحياة، مستحقا لدعمكم وتضامنكم ومؤازرتكم ومساندتكم التي تقدمونها. في كل مرة آلة البناء والتطوير الفلسطينية تقابل بآلة التدمير والهدم الإسرائيلية. نحن وأنتم نبني وإسرائيل تدمر. نبني المدرسة والإنسان وإسرائيل تهدم المدرسة وتعدم الإنسان. نريد إعادة بناء فلسطين بشكل يضمن ألا تتعرض للتدمير مرة أخرى، ولا يجبر شعبنا على النزوح قسرا مرة أخرى، وألا يقف على أبوابكم مكلوما مرة أخرى. نريد أن نعيد بناء فلسطين ونحن على يقين بأن الطريق الذي ينتظرها هو الطريق الذي يأخذها نحو الأمام، نحو الازدهار. يعيش شعبنا فيها بكرامة كدولة ذات سيادة بين الدول وكأمة حرة بين الأمم. نريد الانعتاق من الاحتلال الإسرائيلي غير القانوني وفق فتوى محكمة العدل الدولية دون أي تأخير. نريد دولتنا المستقلة وعاصمتها القدس الشرقية حرة ذات سيادة. نريد لشعبنا أن يعيش على أرضه ينعم فيها بالحرية والكرامة كما يكفل له المشروع في تقرير المصير دون أي تأجيل. فنحن لدينا المكونات اللازمة، لدينا التاريخ والإرث والحضارة، لدينا التجربة والخبرة والكفاءة، ولدينا القدرة والإرادة، والأهم من ذلك لدينا الإنسان الفلسطيني المثابر والقادر. هو ذخيرتنا وموردنا الذي لا ينضب. اسمح لي سيد الرئيس أن ألقي بقية كلمتي باللغة الإنجليزية حتى أوضح بعض الأفكار بشكل واضح. Mr. President, we came here with a simple message. No complicity and no complacency. No bias and no double standards. No excuses and no self-inflicted powerlessness. The rule of international law for the benefit of all. No country above the law. No people denied the protection of the law. No weapons to kill us. No trade with settlements and their associated regime to rob up our land and resources. Hold Israel accountable rather than shield it while it continues committing its crimes. Israel has a plan. It's not hiding it. Get rid of the Palestinian people and grab their land. We need an international plan with the necessary measures to change the reality on the ground. Our call is clear. 1, recognize the state of Palestine and support its membership to the United Nations. Number 2, implement the ICJ advisory opinion and the General Assembly resolution endorsing it and demanding an end to the Israeli unlawful presence in the entirety of the occupied Palestinian territory within 12 months. Number 3, join the global alliance unveiled yesterday to end the occupation and achieve the independence of the state of Palestine and implement the two-state solution. Number 4, support our national plan, Build Palestine, including to build our economy and consolidate our institutions. End impunity and the Israeli occupation will end. end the Israeli occupation, and we will achieve shared peace and security. A free Palestine is the sole key that can unlock a peaceful future for our region and unleash its potential. Everything else has been tried and failed, and the cost of this failure is measured in human lives, all too often in Palestinian lives. A different future is possible. It starts with the decisions each state will make today. Thank you, Mr. President.
I thank His Excellency, Mr. Mustafa, for his statement. I now give the floor to the representative of Israel.
Thank you, Mr. President. First, we cannot overlook Hezbollah's recent actions. Since October 8, Hezbollah has launched over 9,000 rockets, more than 1,000 anti-tank missiles, and hundreds of explosive UAVs at Israeli civilians. While we are interested in a diplomatic solution, we will take all necessary measures to ensure the safe return of the 70,000 internal refugees to their homes. It is time to hold Iran and its proxy accountable and take decisive action. Esteemed colleagues, this is now our 5th meeting in the span of just 12 days. How long will we repeat these debates? It is time for this Council to break free from this gridlock and regain a semblance of productivity. We sit here today just 10 days from 1-year commemoration of the October 7th massacre, a day forever etched in the hearts of every Israeli. Over 1,200 innocent lives were brutally taken in a single day. People were torn from their homes, bound and burned alive in their final moments. More than 100 hostages remain in Hamas's grasp, enduring unimaginable cruelty. Recently, the bodies of 6 hostages were found brutally murdered just before rescue. The conditions they endured, starvation, suffocation, and deprivation, is a testimony to Hamas's cruelty. This must be a wake-up call to the international community. Condemn Hamas and demand the immediate release of all hostages. That moment was the largest slaughter of Jews since the Holocaust. It was a defining moment, not just for us, our leaders and people, but also for the Palestinian people and leadership. That moment of October 7th. They stood at a crossroads and were faced with a choice: to stand with humanity and peace, or align with barbarism and terror. In that crucial moment, after we got the news of the attack, the Palestinian Authority failed, exposing their lack of will, desire, and ability to be true partner for peace. Their failure has deepened doubt among many Israelis about the possibility of a peaceful future. Prime Minister Mustafa left, but I plan to ask him, how can you stay silent? How can you, as a proud representative of your people, remain speechless in the face of such barbarity? Why do you refuse to condemn Hamas and their atrocities? I listened very carefully to what he said. Never once he mentioned Hamas. Yesterday I listened to President Abbas in the General Assembly. For half an hour he spoke. Never once mentioned Hamas. The PA was presented with a clear opportunity to distinguish itself from Hamas and their brutality. But once again, they wasted it. They could have presented themselves to the world as a moderate, reasonable body seeking a peaceful future. However, the Palestinian Authority has no interest in that future. The late Abba Eben's word still ring true. He was Israeli PR here many years ago. And he said, and I quote, "The Palestinians never miss an opportunity to miss an opportunity." Instead of standing for peace, the PA used international diplomacy to shield Hamas. We saw it in the General Assembly We see it every day here. Instead of confronting Hamas, the PA protected them. Unfortunately, the Palestinian Authorities failing run even deeper. Not only have they failed to condemn terror, but they have encouraged it through words and policy. Through the vile policy of pay to slay, the PA has turned the murder of innocents into a profitable enterprise. Terrorists are rewarded and their families compensated. The PA has transformed innocent Israeli blood into a form of sick currency. This is not just a betrayal of Israelis. It is a betrayal of the Palestinian people whose future is being sold off for violence. And I want to ask the distinguished minister and the Prime Minister, your government's collaboration in this violence has prolonged the conflict you claim to want to resolve. You shelter terrorists rather than condemn them. And we speak about Gaza and about the future of Gaza. And how do you expect to be part of a functional and cooperative future for Gaza when you cannot even maintain control over the areas you govern now? Look at the cities in Judea and Samaria, like Jenin and Tulkarem, which are just short rides from Ramallah, the center of the Palestinian Authority. You know as well as I do that Mr. Mustafa and Mr. Abbas and maybe Mr. Mansour, they cannot enter these areas, not anymore. They cannot go to Jenin, to Tulkarem. Your security forces refuse to confront the radical armed terrorists who are quickly seizing control. You have given over these cities and many more into the ruling hands of terrorist monsters. How can you expect to govern Gaza when you have allowed terrorist strongholds to flourish in your backyard? The international community must ask itself, how can the PA possibly be trusted with Gaza's future? Let me be clear. Israel will not stand by as terror spreads. There will be no safe haven for terrorists in Judea and Samaria or Gaza. The IDF is operating wherever necessary, focusing on areas like North Samaria, from where terrorists launch many of their attacks. Everyone here must remember, these operations would not be necessary if the Palestinian Authority met their obligations. They are both incapable and unwilling to do so. Instead of rooting out terrorism, they allow it to fester, leaving Israel no choice but to act. And that's what we do. And we have a mission to eliminate terror wherever it arises, in Beirut, in Jenin, in Gaza, and we will not stop until our citizens are safe. Distinguished colleagues, while Israel fights a war it did not seek, we have made every effort to protect Gaza's civilian population. Despite relentless attacks, we have ensured that humanitarian aid continues to flow. Well over 1 million tons of aid have entered the Strip via over 50,000 trucks. Of the more than 1 million tons of aid, over 800,000 tons have been food. We stand ready to continue to facilitate the entry of aid, and we will continue to go above and beyond our international obligations, even as Hamas continues to embed itself among civilians. These are not actions of a nation seeking destruction. The Palestinian Authority and their allies would have you believe, and you're going to hear many ministers today, these are the actions of a nation that values life, fighting an enemy that worships death above all else. Yet the PA remains silent on these facts, choosing instead to distort reality to further their political agenda. It is time for the international community to regain its moral clarity. And you know, we see it all over, around the world. We see a clear divide between those who seek peace and those who thrive on chaos and violence. Do not waver. Do not hesitate. There is a distinction between good and evil. In each of your countries, you face radical forces, criminals, extremists, and law-abiding citizens who simply want to live in peace. The question we must ask ourselves today is this: which path is the Palestinian Authority choosing? They have to decide. They want to follow Hamas or to be something else. The PA must be forced to condemn terrorism, to renounce Hamas, and to change the radical positions that fuel this cycle of violence. They must realize there is no future in terrorism and that peace requires courage, not weakness. But whether or not the international community finds the strength to act, Israel will not waver. We will continue to defend our people, protect our borders, and uphold the values of peace and justice. Our resolve is unbreakable, our mission is clear, and we will prevail.
I thank the representative of Israel for his statement. I shall now make a statement in my capacity as the Prime Minister of the Republic of Slovenia. I want to start by thanking the Secretary General for his briefing and recognize a number of high-level participants at this meeting. Excellencies, after this week's debate on leadership for peace, I'm convinced that making a daily choice for peace is also a sign of courage. To ensure peace in the region, we must make tangible and bold steps to protect the two-state solution. I'm not talking about an empty slogan. We need courage from leaders in the region and from this Council to change the trajectory we are facing. Facts on the ground are making the prospects for a two-state solution almost non-existent. Firstly, I agree we can no longer stand idle. Every single leader must contribute. It has been almost a year of the war in Gaza, a year of hostages kept in the tunnels, a year which brought suffering, killing, and destruction. And this is in addition to decades of suffering, killing, and destruction of the entire occupied Palestinian territory. Many of us around the table have stepped up our efforts to ensure humanitarian assistance and contribution to different organizations, provided glimpses of humanity to the people in Gaza, including UNRWA. Merely humanitarian efforts are not enough. We need concrete political signs. Slovenia recognized State of Palestine this June, and I call on the others to do the same. The recognition of Palestine is an extremely important political sign and a message of encouragement for the Palestinians in their struggle for statehood. We must support initiatives empowering the Palestinian Authority government to take control over the entire Palestinian state and regain trust of the Palestinian people. Secondly, we must work together. This Council has adopted numerous resolutions on this conflict, including 4 on this war. ICJ has been clear in its provisional measures and its latest advisory opinion. Occupation must end. Practices and policies such as illegal settlements, settler violence, and human rights violations must end. This Council must be united and adamantly clear in its call for immediate implementation of its resolutions and decisions of ICJ. There should be no double standards and selectivity. If only one of us is not protected by the international law, none of us can no longer rely on it. Thirdly, we must act to prevent peace in the region slipping away. We can no longer express our concern about the potential regional spillover. However, the spiral of violence has gradually become more complex. This week, and in the last days, we have seen an enormous escalation in Lebanon. Attacks must cease. We call for restraint of all actors and respect of international law. The Council must clearly respond to this threat to international peace and security. We cannot let another Gaza happen. Lebanon is a further sign that we urgently need to deliver on the ceasefire deal. Fourth, we must not forget about the West Bank and East Jerusalem. As the world focuses on Gaza, the situation in the West Bank and East Jerusalem has reached a boiling point. Israeli dehumanization of Palestinians has reached a new height. The number of Palestinian children in the West Bank alone who have been killed by Israeli forces nearly tripled in a year. Death toll in the West Bank since October 7 is the highest in the last 15 years. There is a dramatic increase in the intensity of settlement expansion, which involves numerous human rights violations. Excellencies, standing for peace cannot be in the form of hatred, escalation, provocation, occupation, or terrorism. Standing for peace is through normalization of ties, negotiation in good faith, equality, and respect for international law. Only a just solution of two states, Israel and Palestine, side by side in peace and security, can turn a new page for the security and prosperity of the region. And what is this Council doing? Definitely not enough. I have therefore instructed our ambassador to the Security Council, to the United Nations, to start consultations on a possible new humanitarian resolution on Palestine. Thank you. I resume my function as President of the Council. I now give the floor to His Excellency, Mr. Wang Yi, member of the Political Bureau of the CPC Central Committee and Minister of Foreign Affairs of the People's Republic of China.
Mr. President, Mr. Secretary General,
中方
colleagues,
欢迎阿拉伯国家提议
China
召开安理
welcomes
会
the
中东
convening
问
of
题
a high-level
高级别
meeting
会议。
on the Middle East.
当前形势下，
Initiated
召
by
开今
Arab
天的会议
countries.
十分重要，
Under
也
current
十分必要。
circumstances, this
感
meeting
谢
is highly
各国
relevant
总
and
理主
necessary.
持
I
今
thank
天的
Prime
会议。
Minister Golub for chairing
我们
today's
都
meeting.
认真听取了国
We
家
all
司署
listened
长
carefully
所
to
做
the
的通报，
briefing of
对
Mr.
秘书
Secretary
长先生
General
以及联合国方面的
and
斡
commend
旋，
the efforts
以及促进
of
中东和平所做的
Mr.
努力。
Secretary General and the UN to mediate the Palestinian-Israeli conflict
主席先
and
生，
promote
本
peace
轮
in the Middle East.
巴以冲突已
Mr.
经延
President,
续了
this
300
round of
多个日
Palestinian-Israeli
夜，
conflict has
人道
lasted
危
more than
机
300
前所未
days.
有，
The
战争
humanitarian
惨剧
crisis is
判若治
unprecedented, and the tragedies
加
of
沙民
war
众
are
惨遭
horrific.
轰炸、
The
封
people
锁
in Gaza are
饱
suffering
受
under
饥
bombardment
饿
and blockade
疾病折磨
and from hunger
，4
and
万多平
disease.
民失去生命，
More than
上
40,000
百万人
civilians
渡
have
过
lost their
流离
lives,
失
and
所，
millions are
妇女
displaced.
和儿童
Women and
首当
children
其
are the
冲。
first to suffer.
与此同时，从黎巴嫩
Meanwhile,
到叙
from
利亚，
Lebanon to
从
Syria,
也
from
门到
Yemen
伊朗，
to Iran,
冲突外溢，持
spillovers
续
of the
蔓延，
crisis
地
continue
区
to
热点
spread.
交织共振，
Regional hotspots are
冲突烈度
intertwined. The
螺旋上
intensity
升，
spiral
中东
upward,
局
and the
势令
situation
人
in the
担忧。
Middle East is worrying.
中东部分
When
天
the
下
Middle
两
East
岸
is
面
unstable,
对
the
当
world
前
is
的困难和
insecure.
挑战，
Faced with
国际
current
社会不
difficulties
能
and
置身事
challenges,
外，
the international
安理会
community
更不能
cannot
无
just
所
look
作为。
on, and the Security
在此
Council
中方
cannot
提出
sit
4点
idly
主张：
by. China proposes
第一，
4 points.
战争冲突
First,
不能持续，
war and
必须
conflict must not
立即
continue. A
实现
comprehensive
全面停
ceasefire must be achieved
战
immediately.
争多延续一
One
天，
more day of
就会
war
有更多的
means
平民
more
罹
civilian
难，
casualties
家庭破
and
碎。
broken families.
冲突
One
多
more
蔓延
region where
一域，
conflict
就会有
spreads
更多的
means
危
more
机外
spillovers
溢
of crisis
仇恨
and
延伸。
hatred. We
要
must
以最
act
大的
with the
紧迫
greatest
感
sense of
推
urgency
动加
to
沙永
promote
久停火、全
lasting
面撤军。
ceasefire and comprehensive withdrawal of
冲突
troops
当
in
事方
Gaza.
要全面
The
落
parties
实
to the
安理会有
conflict
关
must
决
fully
议，
implement the
尽
resolutions
快
of
做
the
出停
Security
火决断，
Council and make the decision
不要
of
再采取
ceasefire,
加剧
and not to
紧
take
张
any
局势的
adventurous
冒
moves
险行
that
动。
aggravate the tensions.
对当事方有重要影响的国
Countries
家，
with
要
important
拿出
influence
真
over the
诚、
parties
负责任的态
concerned
度，
should also
为平息
take
战火
a sincere
发
and
挥更多
responsible
建设
approach
性的作用，
and play a
切
more
实管控
constructive
和
role
防止危
in
机的外
promoting
溢
a。ceasefire and effectively managing
当前
and preventing
离
the
异局
spillover
势
of
令人担
crisis.
忧。
The Lebanon-Israeli situation is worrying. The sovereignty of Lebanon should be upheld, and the people of Lebanon's safety should be protected. China opposes all moves to abuse, force, and aggravate tensions in the region. We condemn all actions that harm innocent civilians. We urge the relevant parties to take immediate action to prevent further escalation of the situation and more casualties from being created. Second, we must not deviate from letting the Palestinian people govern Palestine. We must work together for post-war governance. Gaza used to be where diverse civilizations met, but today it is engulfed in fighting. We must stick to the principles of Palestinians governing Palestine, Palestinian-led and Palestinian-owned, and take a coordinated approach on post-war governance of Gaza. We should encourage all factions of Palestine to implement the Beijing Declaration on ending division and strengthening Palestinian national unity, support the Palestinian National Authority in boosting its authority and governance capacity, and achieving effective jurisdiction over all territories of Palestine, and support the conduct of specific governance affairs with the Palestinian people at the center. China calls for holding a meeting on post-war reconstruction and calls on the international community, countries in the region, and regional organizations to take an active part. Third, justice must not be absent. We must revive the two-state solution as soon as possible. Last week, the emergency special session of the General Assembly adopted with overwhelming majority the first resolution introduced by Palestine, demanding implementation of the advisory opinion of the International Court of Justice and ending the illegal occupation of Palestinian territory by Israel. This is of historical significance. The resolution of the UN should not just be a sheet of paper, and the dream of the Palestinian people to build their own country or state cannot be negated. China urges relevant parties to immediately and comprehensively implement the resolution and to fulfill due international obligations. The Security Council should support Palestine in becoming a full member of the UN and to make new efforts for the two-state solution. China supports holding an international peace conference of larger scale, more authority, and more effectiveness, implementing a timetable and roadmap on the two-state solution in order to finally achieve the peaceful coexistence of the two countries of Palestine and Israel and harmony between the two peoples of Arabs and Jews. Fourth, international support must not be absent. We should uphold the peace and stability of the Middle East. The Middle East used to be a highland of civilization in the past. It should not become a low point of peace today. The international community should, on the basis of supporting the will of Middle East countries, support them in using their wisdom to settle hotspot issues in the region. Under the premise of mutual respect, fairness, and justice, we should work to create a security architecture that fits the history and reality of the Middle East and accommodates the legitimate concerns of all parties. We should support UN peacekeeping operations in the region in effectively fulfilling their mandate to promote de-escalation and peace and development. The international community should step up humanitarian assistance and ensure the effective access of humanitarian supplies, support the UN or UNRWA in playing its important role. Countries yet to resume funding for UNRWA should resume funding as soon as possible. We should help countries in the Middle East, especially those affected by the conflict, to achieve sustainable development and cement the foundation for lasting peace. We should firmly oppose external pressure and interference and help the Middle East get rid of the shadows of conflict and confrontation. Mr. President, China is a strategic partner of the Middle East countries. We have always been a builder of peace, a promoter of stability, and a contributor to development in the Middle East. China never interferes in the internal affairs of Middle East countries, never draws spheres of influence in the region, and never fish selfish geopolitical gains using hotspot issues. What we do is for restoring peace and stability in the Middle East, to help the countries achieve stability and prosperity and deliver a happy life to the people there. War is a test of human conscience and justice, and peace requires the wisdom and determination of all countries. China stands ready to work with Arab and Muslim countries and all peace-loving countries that advocate justice to work for an early ceasefire, prevent spillover of the conflict, implement a two-state solution, and promote peace in the Middle East. Thank you, Mr. President.
I thank His Excellency Mr. Wang for his statement. Now give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Ahmed Attaf, Minister of Foreign Affairs and National Community Abroad of Algeria.
شكرا لكم السيد الرئيس
Thank you,
على استجابتكم الكريمة لطلبنا بعقد هذا الاجتماع والشكر موصول كذلك للسيد الأمين العام أنطونيو غوتيريش على إحاطته الدقيقة والمعبرة حول الملف الذي يشغلنا اليوم. لقد بادر وفد بلادي بطلب تنظيم اجتماعنا هذا لتسليط الضوء مرة أخرى على المسؤولية الملقاة على عاتق مجلس الأمن تجاه ما تشهده غزة من إبادة جماعية متواصلة منذ ما يقرب العام كامل، وتجاه ما تشهده منطقة الشرق الأوسط راهنا من تصعيد إسرائيلي خطير ينذر بنشوب حرب إقليمية شاملة قد تعصف بأمن واستقرار الجميع. إنها مسؤولية قانونية وسياسية وأخلاقية وإنسانية لمجلسنا أمام هول الجرائم الإسرائيلية بحق الفلسطينيين وبقية شعوب ودول المنطقة، وإنها أيضا مسؤولية راسخة لمجلسنا لا تقبل التبرير لعدم الالتزام بها تحت أي ظرف من الظروف، ولا تقبل التملص منها تحت أي ذريعة من الذرائع. وإنها أخيرا مسؤولية ثابتة لمجلسنا لا تتقاضى ولا تسقط في ظل العجز الذي أصاب الهيئة المركزية هذه وشل من قدرتها على الاهتداء إلى سبل إنصاف الشعب الفلسطيني وإحقاق حقوقه. لقد التأم مجلسنا هذا عشرات المرات منذ بدء العدوان الإسرائيلي الغاشم على غزة، وقد أسفرت هذه الاجتماعات بعد طول مداولاتها وتعسر مفاوضاتها إلى اعتماد قرارين وحيدين يطالبان بوقف إطلاق النار في هذه الأرض الفلسطينية الجريحة، وهما القراران اللذان لم يعر لهما الاحتلال الإسرائيلي الاستيطاني أي اعتبار ولا أدنى تقدير ولا أقل احترام، بل على العكس من ذلك تماما راح يمعن في جرائمه الشنعاء وانتهاكاته الصارخة وممارساته اللا إنسانية دون أن يلقى أي ردع حاسم أو أي إدانة صريحة أو حتى أبسط لوم أو انتقاد من لدن مجلسنا هذا. وها نحن نقف اليوم على التداعيات الكارثية الناتجة عن إطلاق العنان للاحتلال الإسرائيلي والتساهل مع ممارساته الإجرامية وصرف الأنظار عن مخططاته التوسعية والتدميرية والتخريبية. فبعد أن كنا نرقب تطورات حرب الإبادة في النطاق المحدود لقطاع غزة،
At the beginning, we were just observing the developments of a genocide
في المرحلة الراهنة بين امتداد هذه الحرب
we see an expansion of such a war to the West Bank, in addition to an Israeli escalation in the entire region, going from Yemen to Syria to Iran and reaching Lebanon, where the crimes of the occupation have even escalated by stages. What has been committed in Gaza
وفي لبنان راهنا
يصعب نعته
دبلوماسيا أو سياسيا أو قانونيا فهمجية هذه الجرائم وصلت إلى حدود ما هو لا حضاري ولا أخلاقي ولا إنساني. لقد أقام مجلس الأمن الدنيا وأقعدها في مواقف سابقة لا ترقى أن تشكل قطرة من بحر الانتهاكات الإسرائيلية بكافة الأعراف والمواثيق الدولية. ولقد لجأ مجلسنا هذا إلى الفصل السابع من الميثاق لفرض الحظر والعقوبات في حالات أقل بكثير مما يحدث في غزة وفي لبنان وفي سائر الجوار الفلسطيني فداحة وخطورة وجسامة. ولقد كان مجلسنا هذا وراء تحريك الهيئات القضائية الدولية وتأديبها في مواضع لا تقارن البتة مع هول وهمجية ما شهدناه ولا نزال نشهده من جرائم الاحتلال الإسرائيلي. إننا وإذ نستعرض تجارب المجلس السابقة في التعامل الحازم والصارم مع عدم احترام قراراته الملزمة نجد أنفسنا أمام جملة من التساؤلات التي تطرح نفسها بكل إصرار وإلحاح. إلى متى؟ إلى متى يبقى الاحتلال الإسرائيلي الاستيطاني يحظى بنظام خاص من اللامساءلة واللامحاسبة واللامعاقبة نظام ينطبق عليه دون سواه؟ إلى متى؟ إلى متى يبقى هذا الاحتلال محرر اليدين ومطلق السراح يمعن في الإجرام مثل ما يشاء ويدوس الشرعية الدولية أينما شاء ويعبث بأمن واستقرار المنطقة كيفما شاء دون أن يتحمل أو يحمل تبعات أفعاله وعواقب ممارساته. وإلى متى؟ إلى متى يبقى هذا الاحتلال يتمادى في طغيانه وتسلطه وكأنه يملك بيديه مصير ومستقبل الفلسطينيين بل مصير ومستقبل المنطقة برمتها دون أن يتم وضع حد لهذا التجبر ولهذا الغرور. إننا نعتقد جازمين ومخلصين أن الإبقاء على وضع كهذا يعني الرهان على الأسوأ، الرهان على تشجيع وترسيخ هيمنة المحتل، والرهان على تكريس واقع الاحتلال والتوسع بالقوة، والرهان على تعبيد الطريق واسعا أمام المخطط الإسرائيلي الذي سيدفع لا محالة بالفلسطينيين وبجميع دول المنطقة نحو مصير لا يصعب البتة التنبؤ بمآلاته وتداعياته الكارثية على الجميع. إن خطورة هذه التطورات لا تدع أي مجال لتماطل أو تقاعس مجلسنا هذا في العمل على إعلاء المسؤولية الملقاة على عاتقه. فالفلسطينيون ومعهم اللبنانيون وكافة دول وشعوب المنطقة لا يطلبون المستحيل أو المحال، إنهم يطلبون تحرك مجلسنا هذا لوقف ما يطاله من تقتيل وتنكيل وخراب وتدمير، وإنهم يطلبون تحرك مجلسنا هذا لفرض احترام ما اعتمده من قرارات ملزمة، وإنهم يطلبون تحرك مجلسنا هذا لتغليب ما يقره القانون الدولي من قواعد وضوابط وأحكام يتساوى الجميع في واجب احترامها والامتثال والاحتكام إليها. وقناعتنا تبقى راسخة من أن تمادي الاحتلال الإسرائيلي في إجهازه على القضية الفلسطينية لن يزيد هذه القضية إلا توهجا وبروزا كأعدل قضية على وجه المعمورة، ولن يزيد الشعب الفلسطيني إلا عزما وإصرارا على استرجاع حقوقه الوطنية المسلوبة، ولن يزيد المجموعة الدولية إلا إيمانا بأحقية وحتمية إقامة الدولة الفلسطينية المستقلة والسيدة كحل عادل، كحل دائم، كحل نهائي للصراع العربي الإسرائيلي، وكشرط لا غنى عنه لاستعادة الأمن والاستقرار في منطقة الشرق الأوسط قاطبة. وشكرا سيادة الرئيس.
I thank His Excellency Mr. Attaf for his statement. And now I give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Hugh Hilton Todd, Minister for Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation of Guyana.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. Secretary General, colleague foreign ministers, permanent representatives, all. Mr. President, I thank you for convening this meeting and express my thanks to the delegation of Algeria for initiating the discussion on the ongoing situation in the occupied Palestinian territories. I also thank the Secretary General for his briefing. Mr. President, in a few days, it will be 1 year since the Hamas attack on Israel and the brutal war of retaliation on Gaza. This is another year added to the many decades of violence since 1948. Recently, however, there have been some extremely worrying dynamics. I will highlight 3 of them so that we can take cognizance of what they mean for the prospects of achieving a permanent solution, the rule of international law, and the legitimacy of the United Nations, including this Council. First, the systemic compromising of the humanitarian response. It is characterized by reduced access into Gaza, restrictions on the entry of life-saving necessities, non-functioning deconfliction mechanisms, targeted attacks on humanitarian personnel, including those of the United Nations, as well as targeted attacks on civilian infrastructure, including schools and hospitals. Second is the attempt to control the narrative about war, deliberately putting out false and misleading information about what is happening in Gaza, or attempting to muzzle those who are vocal about the atrocities taking place. We have heard, for example, that there is no challenge regarding the supply of humanitarian assistance to Gaza, except the United Nations' inability to handle the flood of aid. We have also seen the killings of journalists, even in instances where they were wearing clearly marked press vests. Just over the weekend, we saw the forceful closure of one media outfit in the West Bank. The misinformation campaign against UNRWA and its unproven accusations cost the agency dearly at the beginning of this year. Though a substantial amount of funding has been restored, significant voluntary contributions are still being withheld. The move by the Israeli Kesanet, hope I got it right, to designate the agency as a terrorist organization is another dangerous element of the misinformation campaign. The third element, and perhaps the most worrying, is the blatant and seemingly entrenched disregard for international law by the occupying power that characterizes not just this war, but the Israeli-Palestinian conflict more generally. This disregard is made even more dangerous by the accompanying lack of accountability, creating a situation of impunity. This is the principal reason for the protracted and stalled situation regarding the Palestinian question, and the reason that no solution seems imminent. Mr. President, I conclude with three appeals. One, we need an immediate ceasefire in Gaza, the release of all hostages and illegally detained Palestinians, and an end to the campaign of violence in the occupied West Bank, including East Jerusalem. We also need a de-escalation of tensions across the region and for all parties, including Israel, to cease their provocative actions. Two, we need concerted international efforts to support of the well-being of the Palestinian people, both in the immediate and long term. This must include action by the Security Council to end the war in Gaza and the heightened violence in the West Bank. It has gone on for too long, far too long, and we must take decisive steps to end it and to secure peace in the region. And thirdly, we need to end this war and make progress towards achieving a two-state solution. We cannot allow Israel to continue dismantling the two-state solution. Ghana is committed to doing its part on all of these fronts. I thank you.
I thank His Excellency Mr. Todt for his statement. Now I give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Manuel Gonçalves, Deputy Minister for Foreign Affairs and Cooperation of Mozambique.
Mr. President, Mozambique commends the Slovenian presidency for convening this important briefing on current situation in occupied Palestinian territories. We thank Algeria for requesting this timely briefing. We also thank the Secretary General for his important statement on the alarming situation in the Middle East. Mr. President, the situation in Gaza and the occupied Palestinian territories remain critical. We have witnessed a significant escalation in violent and militarized operations, causing a higher number of casualties, extensive destruction of immeasurable civil infrastructure, including schools, hospitals, and shelters. The expansion of settlements has also intensified, leading to forced displacement and illegitimate property demolitions. This deeply deplorable situation is further exacerbating tension and undermining any prospect for peace. It is imperative to emphasize that Israel's settlements in occupied Palestinian territories are illegal, unacceptable, and blatant violation of international law. The International Court of Justice has underscored that these settlements and the associated police amount to de facto annexation and systematic discrimination against Palestinians. We urge the government of Israel to hold accountable any individuals and entities responsible for violence against civilians in the West Bank. Mr. President, given the grave situation prevailing in Gaza Strip and West Bank, we reiterate our call for immediate ceasefire, release of hostages and all other captive, safe and conditional humanitarian access, ensuring that aid reaches those in need without restriction. It is crucial for the international community and the Security Council in particular to continue to pursue diplomatic solutions, especially as the regional spillover becomes an unfortunate reality in the Middle East. Mr. President, we commend the completion of the first round of a polio vaccination campaign in Gaza. These achievements exemplifies the collaboration and dedication of all parties involved, including the World Health Organization. We urge all parties to show the same spirit of cooperation and guide the facilitation of second round of vaccination planned for October and any other humanitarian assistance. Ensuring that the children receive this vital vaccination is crucial for their health and well-being, especially in the region facing such challenging circumstances. Mr. President, in the light of current crisis in the occupied Palestinian territories, including Gaza Strip in particular, we are of view that this Security Council must take the following set of urgent actions. 1, call for direct dialogue between the parties. 2, influence the parties to de-escalation. 3, halt the regional expansion of the conflict. 4, ensure scrupulously respect for international humanitarian law and international human rights. Mozambique extended its appreciation and encouragement to UN members, humanitarian workers, regional organizations for their tireless contribution to peace and security in the Gaza Strip. We reiterate our consistent and unwavering commitment to the vision of a two-state solution where two democratic states, Israel and Palestine, as full members of the United Nations, coexist peacefully and securely within recognized borders consistent with international law and the relevant United Nations resolutions. Mozambique further stresses the importance of unifying the Gaza Strip with the West Gaza and the Palestinian Authority. Thank you so much, President.
I thank His Excellency Mr. Gonzalez for his statement. I now give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Sergei Lavrov, Minister for Foreign Affairs of the Russian Federation.
Благодарю вас, госпожа
председатель, уважаемые
министры, коллеги, дамы и господа. Благодарим генерального секретаря за его оценку ситуации на Ближнем Востоке с фокусом на беспрецедентный уровень конфронтации на оккупированной палестинской территории в Ливано-израильском приграничье.
This is a conflict which is also having consequences in other parts of the region, with fallout being felt in the Red Sea and the Gulf of Oman. The vast area of the entire Middle East and North Africa continue to have hotbeds of instability persisting. The spiraling violence has gone far beyond the area of the Arab-Israeli confrontation, destabilizing the situation not just in the above-mentioned regions, but also in the Mediterranean Sea, the Persian Gulf, and in North Africa as a whole. The root cause of these crises has been and remains the fact that the Palestinian issue remains unresolved. At the epicenter of the current confrontation, there is the Gaza Strip, where what began in October 2023, I refer to the latest wave of military operations. This has become the most brutal and lengthiest in the entire succession of Arab-Israeli wars. The number of the dead has surpassed 41,000. The number of the wounded and missing persons is nearing 100,000. The majority of victims are civilians in the Strip, including many women, children, and the elderly. Amid the military operations and Israel's establishment of a blockade of the Strip, the situation is expeditiously deteriorating. This Strip has become the largest open-air prison from which people simply cannot flee. According to the president of the ICRC, Madam Spolarich, the Israeli military operation underwent a full paradigm shift towards, I quote, dehumanization and the stripping of civilians of human dignity. I would like everybody to recall our steadfast position, which remains unchanged. There is no justification for the terrorist attack on Gaza. However, collective punishment against all Palestinians is unacceptable. I recalled the figure of dead civilians, 41,000 in 1 year after the 7th of October. This is double, more than double, the number of civilians killed on both sides of the conflict in Ukraine in 10 years after the brutal coup which took place in February 2014. In 1 year, 2 times more Palestinians were killed than in 10 years of civilian casualties on both sides in Ukraine.
Несмотря на то, что Совет Безопасности Генеральной Ассамблеи приняли несколько резолюций,
with call for a ceasefire and the establishment of sustained humanitarian access to Gaza, the Israeli army operation is ongoing. 10 days ago, the General Assembly adopted a resolution in support of the advisory opinion of the ICJ, which explicitly refers to the illegal nature of the Israeli occupation of Palestinian lands and the need to bring this to an end. The overwhelming majority of the Council's membership supported this initiative to achieve a just and lasting resolution to the Palestinian-Israeli conflict and for the exercise of the rights of the Palestinian people to establish their own independent state within the 1967 borders with East Jerusalem as its capital. In this regard, we have categorical resolutions of the United Nations and our common objective of enforcement thereof. The fact that the Palestinian-Israeli conflict remains unresolved is destabilizing, as I've already mentioned, is destabilizing the entire region. The unprecedented brutality and devastation of the consequences in Gaza has triggered a sharp escalation in the Lebanon-Israeli confrontation, and the images of the ongoing strikes along the blue line and within Lebanon and Israel have have circulated around the world. The Middle East is at the precipice of a full-blown war, which, as it seems, some keenly wish to see transpire. On the 23rd of September alone, as a result of large-scale Israeli bombardment of Lebanon, at least 558 people died. This includes 50 children, 94 women, more than 1,600 people were wounded. According to the UNICEF mission in Lebanon, the UNICEF representative in Lebanon, in one day in Lebanon, more people were killed than in the past 11 months. The dead include 2 staff members of the Office of the High Commissioner for refugees. Tens of thousands of people have been forced to flee their homes. We strongly condemn the actions of the Israeli side, which blatantly violates the sovereignty of the friendly country of Lebanon. The indiscriminate attacks whose casualties are civilians are categorically unacceptable. The path of war that was embraced by West Jerusalem will not allow it to return the displaced persons to the north of the country, nor will it ensure security in the Lebanon-Israeli border area. And this is attested to by the experience of the 2006 Israeli campaign, when even the vast arsenal of the most cutting-edge military equipment and weaponry did not result in Israel achieving the goals it set out. There's a need to immediately end the spiraling violence before the situation completely spirals out of control, which, as we see, some very much wish to see transpire to provoke a full-blown war. We call for an immediate cessation of hostilities, which will result in an end to further bloodshed and will create conditions for a diplomatic and political resolution. As I understand, just today, an order was issued to bomb Beirut. We consistently and steadfastly emphasize the need for the full, comprehensive implementation of Security Council Resolution 1701. This resolution stipulates both Israel's obligations to end all offensive military operations, withdraw its troops from South Lebanon, and end the occupation of Lebanese lands. And it also stipulates the obligation of Hezbollah to withdraw all of its formations to the north of the Litani River. For our part, we are undertaking robust diplomatic efforts to de-escalate the situation, to prevent the most catastrophic scenario. We stand ready to cooperate with international and regional partners to that end. We believe that the security of any state must not be ensured at the expense of the security of others. We fully support UNIFIL, which plays a stabilizing role on the Blue Line. It is precisely the presence of peacekeepers that had for a long time reduced the risk of an outbreak of full-blown military confirmation. There's a need to scrupulously ensure the safety and security of Blue Helmets. Madam President, the Security Council is not merely a platform for exchanging views on the most pressing global issues. This is also the main body for the maintenance of international peace and security, a body that has a myriad of time-tested instruments to enforce its resolutions. The membership of the Security Council needs to place the interests of the peoples of Palestine and Israel above the short-sighted political calculations of certain actors, and to demand an immediate ceasefire, the release of all illegally detained persons, and the full-fledged ensuring of humanitarian access to those in need. The violators of Security Council resolutions need to be strictly held accountable, without which our resolutions will remain dead letter. I wish to turn to the representative of the United States. The choice is yours. Either you continue to block the work of the Security Council, or you stand on the side of the world, on the side of the international community, and demand an end to the war. Without your comprehensive support for Israel, the conflict could end quickly. and effectively. This would help to establish conditions for a return to peace talks on the establishment of an independent, sovereign Palestinian state, coexisting in peace and security with Israel. Negotiations, of course, need to be carried out under the aegis of the international community without manipulation by any side. We have seen all of this. This all results in catastrophe. Thank you for your attention.
I thank His Excellency Mr. Lauro for his statement. I now give the floor to His Excellency Lord Ray Collins of Highbury, Parliamentary Under Secretary of State for the Foreign, Commonwealth and Development Office of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland.
Thank you, President. President, let me start by underscoring a very clear message from my government. We need an immediate ceasefire and release of hostages in Gaza now, and we need an immediate ceasefire across the Lebanon-Israel border now. We are on the brink of a much larger regional war, which risks even more devastation and suffering. Unfortunately, as we have seen both on the ground today with further strikes in Beirut, and as we have heard from speeches in the General Assembly Hall, the escalation continues. We urge Israel and Hezbollah to heed the calls of the United Kingdom and our partners to immediately agree a 21-day ceasefire. Calm heads must prevail to end this cycle of violence. President, today's meeting was called to focus on the dire situation in the occupied Palestinian territories. Almost 1 year into the conflict, 41,000 Palestinians have been killed, and hundreds of thousands of innocent civilians lack access to clean water and sanitation, facing the threat of disease and famine. And 101 hostages are still held by Hamas in horrific conditions, as Israel and its people continue to reckon with the aftermath of the worst terrorist attack in history. It is clear that there can be no military solution to this conflict. Israel and Hamas must agree a deal urgently. In the meantime, Israel must fulfill its commitment to flood Gaza with humanitarian aid. Sadly, this has not yet materialized. Ahead of the winter, Israel must ensure that the right supplies and equipment can enter Gaza to protect vulnerable families. And it must ensure it complies with its obligations under international humanitarian law to protect civilians. Only last week, over 200 Palestinians were killed in Gaza, and many continue to live under a relentless barrage of attacks, unsafe in the shelters where they seek refuge. The United Kingdom is also deeply concerned by the situation in the occupied West Bank. We call on Israel to exercise restraint, adhere to international law, and clamp down on actions of those who seek to inflame tensions. The closure of Al Jazeera's offices in Ramallah by the IDF is contrary to the democratic principles that Israel is rightly proud of. Media freedom and security of journalists must be respected. President, without a revitalized political process towards a two-state solution, we will not achieve a sustainable peace. We need galvanized international efforts to this end and to realize a safe and secure Israel alongside a safe and secure Palestinian state. This must include the reunification of Gaza and the West Bank, including East Jerusalem, in line with 1967 borders and under the effective control of the Palestinian Authority. President, planning for Gaza's future must also put Palestinians at the center of governance, security, recovery, and reconstruction efforts. This is the only way to deliver a lasting stability. Together, we must stop the region slipping into a deeper crisis and pull it back on the path towards a peaceful future. Thank you.
I thank His Excellency Lord Collins of Highbury for his statement. I now give the floor to the representative of the Republic of Korea.
Thank you, Madam President. I would like to thank Secretary General for his insightful briefing. As my delegation reiterated at this week's Security Council briefing on Lebanon, we are deeply troubled by the heightened hostilities across the blue line. Today's large-scale strikes in Beirut have further deepened the gravity of our concern. All actors in the region must de-escalate and seriously consider the possible catastrophe at the end of this dangerous cycle of violence. Maximum restraint is still the best option. Amid the unprecedented escalation in Lebanon and Israel, we remain extremely concerned by the ongoing humanitarian catastrophe in Gaza, as well as surging violence and instability in the West Bank, including strengthened movement restrictions for Palestinians. We are and should be still hopeful for the release of all hostages and an immediate ceasefire in Gaza, as well as an urgent de-escalation in Lebanon. In this regard, we fully support all diplomatic efforts by key regional and global stakeholders, including the recent US-France-led initiative on securing an immediate 21-day ceasefire across the Lebanon-Israel border. We call on both sides to accept this without delay. On the other hand, we are dismayed that, according to last week's media reports, quoting high-level officials, the deal for Gaza, mediated by US, Qatar, and Egypt, may not be reached for months. We assume that the direct parties have many political and military considerations in the negotiating process. However, the humanitarian suffering of both Palestinian civilians and the Israeli hostages in Gaza permits no time to calculate such equations. As humanitarian suffering deepens in Gaza and the West Bank, the foundation of long-term peace will further deteriorate and break down with multi-generational resentment and anger. Thus, a swift ceasefire is essential for not only to relieve the current humanitarian suffering, but also to establish the conditions requisite for durable peace and stability in the Middle East. Madam President, the current conflict in Gaza has a disproportionate impact on children, with a total shutdown of education throughout Gaza. However, even in this dark reality, we are witnessing a glimmer of hope for the future of these children through the selfless devotion of humanitarian workers. We applaud efforts led by UNRWA to establish temporary learning sites for more than 30,000 children. And it is painfully clear that additional efforts are greatly needed to restore, at least partially, the destroyed education system in Gaza, where 85% of school buildings have been damaged and more than 6,500 students have been out of class since October 7. Education is not only a fundamental human right enshrined in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, but also a crucial base to construct a brighter future and to cut the multi-generational inheritance of resentment and mistrust, both in Palestine and Israel. In this connection, we urge Israel to stop all strikes on schools. International humanitarian law must be upheld everywhere and at all times, and all parties must comply with their obligations. Children and schools must be protected for the sake of Gaza's future and for long-term peace in the Middle East and beyond. Madam President, yesterday's informal interactive dialogue between this Council and the Arab League provided a timely opportunity to listen to the sincere ideas and common vision of the Arab League. We appeal to all players in the region, including Israel and non-state actors, to pay heed to these strong calls from their neighbors. The region is tiptoeing towards even hotter flames, but there is still time to turn back and extinguish these fires through reinvigorated diplomacy and implementation of relevant Security Council resolutions. I thank you, Madam President.
I thank the representative of Republic of Korea for their statement. I give the floor to the representative of Ecuador.
Gracias.
Thank you,
Señora Presidenta,
President.
saludo y agradezco al Secretario
I wish
General
to
por
greet
su
and
informe
thank the Secretary
en
General
esta
for
reunión
his briefing
convocada
at
para
this
abordar la
meeting that was
situación del
convened to
territorio
address
palestino
the
ocupado.
situation in the occupied Palestinian
Colegas,
territory. Colleagues,
sobre la situación
on
palestina,
the situation in
el Ecuador ha
Palestine,
mantenido
Ecuador has
históricamente una
historically
posición de respaldo a una
supported
situación, a una solución política negociada,
political,
definitiva y
negotiated,
justa
lasting
entre las
and
partes,
just solution
con la
for the
existencia de dos
parties,
estados,
with the
Palestina y
existence of
Israel,
two states,
sobre la
Palestine and
base de las
Israel, on the
fronteras de
basis of
1967 y de las
1967
resoluciones
borders and the relevant
relevantes,
resolutions.
la
These include
2334
2334, adopted by this Council in 2016 on none other than the occupied Palestinian
La
territory.
declaración de la
The
presidencia de este
presidential
Consejo de
statement
febrero del
adopted by this
2023
Council in February
se opone
2023
enérgicamente a todas las
fervently
medidas
opposes
unilaterales
all
que
unilateral
obstaculicen
measures
la
which
paz
may hamper
y pongan
peace
en
and
riesgo la solución
imperil the
biestatal.
two-state solution.
Entre estas medidas
Such
están la
measures
construcción y
include the
expansión de
construction and
asentamientos,
expansion of
la
settlements,
confiscación de
land
tierras,
grabs,
la pretendida
the
legalización de
so-called
asentamientos de
legalization
avanzada,
of
la
settlement outposts,
demolición de
the
viviendas y el
demolition of
desplazamiento de
housing, and
civiles.
the displacement of
Señora
civilians.
Presidenta,
Madam President,
el Ecuador mantiene
Ecuador
relaciones amistosas con
enjoys
el
friendly
Estado de Israel
relations with the
y
State of
conserva un
Israel
histórico
and
compromiso
maintains a
con el derecho
historic,
del pueblo
long-held
israelí
commitment
a
to
vivir
the
en paz
right
y
of the
con
Israeli
seguridad.
people to live in
Por
peace
ello,
and security.
desde el 7 de
As
octubre
such, since
pasado,
the
mi país
7th
ha
of
reiterado
October,
en
my
numerosas
country has,
ocasiones
on
su
myriad
más enérgica
occasions,
e inequívoca condena a
condemned
los ataques
fervently
terroristas
and
perpetrados por Hamas,
unambiguously
así
the
como sus
terrorist attack
condolencias a las familias de
perpetrated
las
by
víctimas de
Hamas.
estos
We've
actos
also
atroces
continued to
y su
extend our
solidaridad
condolences to the
con el
families of the
pueblo de Israel.
victims of these heinous acts
La
and
humanidad
expressed our
debe de
solidarity
rechazar
with the
estos
people
actos.
of Israel.
Justificarlos
Humankind must reject
abre el
such acts.
camino para la
Justifying such
justificación
acts
de
paves
otras
the way towards the
atrocidades.
justification of other
Todos los
atrocities.
rehenes tomados por
All
Hamas
hostages
deben
taken
ser
by Hamas
liberados
must be
inmediatamente,
released
sin condición
immediately
alguna.
and without any
Empero,
conditions whatsoever
desde
attached.
ese día se han
Since
producido
that
miles
day,
y miles de dolorosas muertes de civiles en Gaza.
thousands and
Entre ellos,
thousands of
mujeres y
civilians in
niños.
Gaza have been
La
mourned
solidaridad
painfully.
del
These have
Ecuador
included
está también
women
con
and
sus familias
children.
y su pueblo.
Ecuador also stands in
No hay
solidarity with their
justificación alguna
families
para
and the
causar
Gazan
dolor
people. There
y
can be
muerte a
no
la población
justification
civil.
whatsoever for visiting
Tampoco
pain and death
para
upon
usar civiles
civilians.
como escudos humanos.
Neither is there any
Los
justification for
principios del
using
derecho internacional
civilians as
humanitario
human shields. The
deben ser
principles of
respetados
international
en
humanitarian
todo
law
momento
must be
y su
upheld at
violación
all
acarrea
times.
graves
Violating these principles
consecuencias y
is gravely
responsabilidades.
serious and has
Ese
equally
será el
grave
primer paso
consequences.
para
That
retomar la
would be the
senda de
first
la
step
paz,
towards returning to
iniciada
the
por
path
líderes
of
visionarios
peace,
y
a
valientes
journey
cuyos
that
pasos,
was embarked upon by
lamentablemente,
visionary and
no hemos sido
brave
capaces de
leaders
seguir.
whose steps,
Señora
unfortunately, we
Presidenta,
have
en
not been able to follow.
1994,
Madam
hace
President,
ya
in
30 años,
1994,
el
30
Comité
years
Nobel
ago now,
noruego
the
señalaba
Norwegian
que,
Nobel
y
Committee
cito,
stated, and I quote,
durante varias
for
décadas,
several decades,
el
the
conflicto entre
conflict
Israel
between
y sus
Israel and
vecinos
its neighbors
y entre
and
israelíes y
between
palestinos
Israelis and
ha
Palestinians
sido uno de
has
los
been
más
one of the most
irreconciliables
difficult
y
to
amenazadores de la política
resolve and most
internacional.
threatening on the
Las
international
partes se
political
han
stage.
causado
The
mutuamente
parties have
grandes
inflicted
sufrimientos.
great suffering
Cierro
upon
cita.
each other.
El
End
Premio Nobel
quote.
de la Paz
The Nobel
se
Peace
otorgó
Prize
ese
was
año
granted that
a
year
Arafat,
to Arafat,
Pérez
Perez, and Rabin
por haber contribuido
for having made
sustancialmente
a
a un proceso
substantial
histórico,
contribution to a
cito,
historic
mediante el
process.
cual la
And here I
paz y
quote,
la
a process through
cooperación
which peace and
pueden
cooperation
sustituir a la
may
guerra y el odio.
replace
Cierro
hatred
cita.
and war.
Hoy
End quote. Today,
enfrentamos uno de los
we are
momentos más
standing
oscuros
at
de los
one of the
últimos tiempos.
darkest crossroads of our
Es
time.
necesario
We
recuperar el
must
espíritu de los
resurrect the
acuerdos de
spirit
Oslo
of the Oslo
para evitar
Accords
que la
to
guerra y el odio
prevent
sigan
war and
venciendo.
hatred from continuing to triumph.
Tenemos que evitar
We
que este
have to
conflicto siga
avoid
acumulando
this
décadas
conflict
por
continuing
conveniencia
to drag on
política
for decades
y falta de
due to
valentía.
political interests and a lack of courage. Extremism and barbarism must be stopped. Our common humanity has to and must prevail. Madam President, colleagues, in the Pact for the Future adopted just 5 days ago, all of us reaffirmed, and I quote, our commitment to act in accordance with international law, including the Charter of the United Nations and its purposes and principles, and to fulfill our obligations in good faith, end quote. Honoring this commitment effectively without excuses or prevarication will pave the way towards peace. Thank you.
I thank the representative of Ecuador for their statement. I give the floor now to the representative of the United States.
Thank you, Madam President. and thank you, Mr. Secretary General, for your briefing. Colleagues, this is a decisive moment for the region. As President Biden said earlier this week, and I quote, "All-out war is possible." But colleagues, all-out war is not inevitable. We are all too aware of the strong headwinds. However, there is still an opportunity to have a ceasefire with hostage release in Gaza and a diplomatic resolution of the conflict between Israel and Hezbollah. Doing both, alongside efforts to integrate Israel into the region, could reinforce peace and stability, and it could breathe new life into what I think we all recognize has been a lack of progress toward a two-state solution. The decision to embrace that change, to take the difficult steps necessary to achieve a more safe, peaceful, prosperous future for all, lies not in the hands of the Security Council, but in the hands of decision makers in the region. But this council can support progress in the right direction. We can create opportunities for the forces of change to ultimately triumph over the forces of violence and terrorism, division, and despair. That is what President Biden has worked to achieve this past year. This work hasn't been without setbacks, and it certainly hasn't been easy, but he believes, and I believe, that the building blocks are there. First, a 21-day ceasefire between Hezbollah and Israel, which would provide space for a diplomatic solution consistent with Resolution 1701 that pulls Hezbollah forces back from the border and allows people to safely return to their homes in both countries. We've been working tirelessly to achieve this outcome and encourage all member states to support the proposal that the United States and other countries put forward earlier this week. Second, the framework for a ceasefire with release of hostages in Gaza is endorsed by this Council in Resolution 2735, which would end the war, allow for a surge of humanitarian assistance, and set the stage for the reunification of Gaza and the West Bank under a revitalized Palestinian Authority. And third, the potential historic normalization agreement between Saudi Arabia and Israel, which would further bind together Israel and the Arab world and help marginalize the terrorist proxies that are funded, armed, and sponsored by Iran, sowing chaos across the region. Achieving these three steps would require political will, but would make Israel more secure, and it would create the conditions for a better future for the Palestinian people, a future in which they enjoy equal dignity and security, freedom and self-determination. Colleagues, in just 10 days, we will mark the one-year anniversary of October 7th. 1 year since Hamas killed 1,200 people, murdering children in front of their parents and parents in front of their children. 1 year since Hamas unleashed sexual violence as a weapon of war. 1 year since Hamas took hundreds more hostage, including Americans and citizens from more than a dozen countries, some of which sit on this council. As President Biden said, the world must not flinch from the horrors of October 7th. Any country would have the right and responsibility to ensure that such an attack could never happen again. Israel is no different. With that, we must all recognize that allowing the terrorist group that committed this carnage to dictate terms of peace is hardly a recipe for regional stability. And even as we press for a ceasefire and demand that all parties to the conflict protect civilians and humanitarian personnel, we all must not forget that Hamas continues putting civilians at risk every day in Gaza. But its refusal to accept the ceasefire deal on the table, by its continued practice of hiding fighters and commanders in schools and hospitals and tunnels under civilian infrastructure. Now there are members of this council that won't even utter the word Hamas, let alone condemn its brutality on October 7th and after it. But colleagues, acknowledging that reality does not mean ignoring the plight of the Palestinian people. We mourn the tens of thousands dead, nearly 100,000 injured this past year. Nor does it relieve pressure on Israel to protect civilians. Quite the opposite. What's more, while our eyes rightfully turn to the situation in Gaza and Lebanon, we cannot forget that Palestinians living in the West Bank have been subjected to violence from extremist settlers, watching in horror as their homes are set on fire, their olive trees uprooted, their land seized for illegal outposts and settlements. Their suffering, too, matters. Their humanity, too, matters. The current situation is so very clearly unsustainable. And while I wish there was a shortcut to peace, we know that's not the case. Not in the General Assembly, and not here in the Security Council, which has repeatedly underscored that a lasting and comprehensive resolution of the Israeli-Palestinian conflict can only be achieved through direct negotiations between the parties, consistent with the principle of land for peace, previous resolutions, and international law. And so the United States will continue to oppose unilateral measures that undermine the prospects of negotiations toward a two-state solution. That includes one-sided resolutions like the one recently adopted by the General Assembly, which do little to bring Palestinians closer to a democratic state of their own. It also includes the advancement of Israel's program of settlements, which we have reiterated over and over again, hinders the prospects of peace, weakens Israel's security, and is inconsistent with international law. And it includes unilateral efforts to undercut the Palestinian Authority, whether by withholding the transfer of tax revenues owed to it under the Oslo Accords, or potentially not sustaining correspondent banking relationships between Israeli and Palestinian banks. We have been clear to Israeli officials that these relationships are necessary for preventing a deepening economic crisis in the West Bank, and that a lapse of these legitimate financial efforts would increase the risk of illicit financing, undercutting Israel's security. Colleagues, we have a shared responsibility to enable diplomacy between the parties. The 21-day ceasefire across the Israel-Lebanon border would allow negotiations toward a diplomatic solution, reducing tensions along the blue line and allowing people to return to their homes in both countries. The ceasefire with hostage release in Gaza, and ultimately a normalization deal with a firm commitment to a political horizon for the Palestinian people. Creating openings for diplomatic process takes political will, and it requires leaders to make some difficult decisions. But for the sake of Israeli, Palestinian, and Lebanese civilians, and all those in the region desperately hoping for peace, it is critical that those leaders make the right decisions. Let us help rather than hinder them in doing just that. Thank you.
I thank the representative of the United States for their statement. I give the floor to the representative of France.
Madame la Présidente, je remercie le secrétaire général de son exposé. Comme l'a dit le président Emmanuel Macron devant l'Assemblée générale mercredi, il ne doit pas y avoir de guerre au Liban. Nous appelons avec force Israël à cesser l'escalade en cours au Liban et le Hezbollah à cesser les tirs vers Israël. Depuis le début de la semaine, les frappes israéliennes ont déjà causé plusieurs centaines de morts civiles, dont des dizaines d'enfants. Le droit international humanitaire doit être respecté. Les civils, qu'ils soient libanais ou israéliens, ne doivent en aucun cas être pris pour cible. Les frappes massives qui se sont déroulées aujourd'hui dans la banlieue sud de Beyrouth ont une nouvelle fois causé des destructions et fait de nombreuses victimes. Elles doivent cesser immédiatement. La France est déterminée à obtenir la cessation des hostilités le long de la ligne bleue, en accord avec la résolution 1701, et à assurer la sécurité des populations civiles en Israël comme au Liban. À Gaza, la guerre qui fait rage depuis bientôt un an doit s'arrêter sans plus tarder. Ce Conseil a exigé par sa résolution 2735 et il doit contribuer à mettre un terme à la tragédie qui s'y déroule. Il faut un cessez-le-feu immédiat et permanent dans la bande de Gaza. Tous les otages doivent être libérés sans délai. Les obstacles à l'aide humanitaire doivent être levés. La stabilité de la région est en jeu. La France condamne toutes les attaques visant des écoles, des abris de personnes déplacées, des personnels humanitaires ou des Nations Unies. Le droit international humanitaire s'impose à tous, y compris à Israël. Il n'y a pas deux poids, deux mesures. Nous rendons aussi hommage à l'OMS, l'UNICEF et l'UNRWA pour avoir mené à bien une campagne de vaccination contre la polio. À l'approche du 7 octobre, la France rappelle sa ferme condamnation des attaques terroristes commises par le Hamas et d'autres groupes terroristes. L'attachement de la France à la sécurité d'Israël est connu et il est indéfectible. L'urgence humanitaire à Gaza ne doit pas nous faire perdre de vue la Cisjordanie, où la situation ne cesse de se dégrader. L'accélération de la colonisation, qui est illégale et que la France condamne, éloigne la perspective d'y établir un futur État palestinien viable et continu. La politique de terreur menée par les colons doit cesser sans délai. La France condamne les violations du statu quo historique sur les lieux saints à Jérusalem-Est, de même que les provocations et les mesures unilatérales qui risquent de conduire à un embrasement de la situation à Jérusalem-Est et en Cisjordanie. Madame la Présidente, face à la tragédie au Proche-Orient, l'inaction notamment de ce Conseil, n'est pas une option. La France soutient les efforts de médiation conduits par les États-Unis, l'Égypte et le Qatar. Tout doit être fait pour que ces négociations aboutissent au plus vite. En lien avec ses partenaires, la France poursuit ses efforts pour une relance des efforts de paix visant à mettre en œuvre la solution des deux États. Elle restera à l'initiative, y compris au Conseil de sécurité, qui aura tout son rôle à jouer le moment venu. Dans l'immédiat, nous devons continuer d'aider les Palestiniens à établir un futur État palestinien, viable, souverain et contigu. Des mesures qui visent à affaiblir l'autorité palestinienne doivent cesser. La France appelle Israël à ne plus faire obstacle au transfert des revenus de l'autorité palestinienne. Elle soutient une autorité palestinienne réformée, capable d'exercer ses responsabilités sur l'ensemble des territoires palestiniens, y compris dans la bande de Gaza. Je vous remercie.
I thank the representative of France for their statement. I give the floor now to the representative of Malta.
Thank you, Madam President. And I also thank Secretary General for his briefing. From the start of this conflict, Malta's call has been consistent, unequivocal, and clear. Only a permanent and immediate ceasefire in Gaza will provide the necessary environment for de-escalation. We therefore remain gravely alarmed by the situation in the occupied Palestinian territory and beyond. This has resulted in unimaginable devastation and displacement. often on multiple occasions for countless civilians. Unfortunately, the outlook remains bleak. Nevertheless, accepting the status quo is not an option. We fully support the ongoing diplomatic efforts by the US, Egypt, and Qatar towards achieving a ceasefire. This Council and the international community, too, have a critical role to play. Meanwhile, 110 hostages are still held captive by Hamas, forced to endure unimaginable conditions for almost a year. They must be released immediately and unconditionally, and reunited with their families and loved ones. At the same time, the humanitarian needs of the civilian population in Gaza are immense. More than 41,000 Palestinians, the majority of whom are women and children, have been killed. Israel's continued strikes continue to render the entire strip uninhabitable. While the UN is working tirelessly to prevent a polio epidemic, the health crisis has only deepened. Compromised hospitals suffer crippling shortages of fuel and medicine, all as acute levels of hunger persist. As children worldwide start their scholastic years, schools in Gaza continue to be attacked. The ongoing insecurity, including attempts to use educational facilities for non-education purposes, deprives children of their safety and access to education. Additionally, the dignity, safety, health, and rights of women and girls have been gravely undermined. They face a multitude of threats and hardships, including those due to rampant lawlessness and criminality within desperate communities. It is unacceptable that international humanitarian law, including the principles of distinction, proportionality, and precaution, and international human rights law, continue to be flagrantly disregarded. We further reiterate that Israel has a responsibility to provide adequate, unimpeded access for humanitarian aid into and across the Gaza Strip, including through opening all crossings. President, Malta is also gravely concerned that the situation in the occupied West Bank, including East Jerusalem, is quickly edging towards catastrophe. This cannot be allowed to occur. It would extinguish any remaining hope for peace. Civilian death and destruction caused by Israeli military operations and escalating settler violence, combined with demolitions, forced displacement, and intimidation, are rendering conditions unlivable for Palestinians. We reiterate that settlement activity is illegal under international law and undermines the contiguity of a future Palestinian state. In line with the ICJ advisory opinion of 19 July and the General Assembly resolution adopted last week, Israel is under an obligation to end its unlawful presence in the occupied Palestinian territory as rapidly as possible. President, as the world continues to witness unprecedented regional suffering, which has now alarmingly spilled over into Lebanon, the latest news coming out of the country is deeply concerning, and we are monitoring developments closely. We stress that further escalation will not lead to a resolution of the conflict. We call on all parties to exercise utmost restraint and to de-escalate the situation through diplomacy and the agreement of a sustained ceasefire. This is the only path which will allow us to rebuild a necessary political horizon and lasting peace, a peace based on a two-state solution along the pre-1967 borders, addressing the legitimate aspirations of both sides, with Jerusalem as the future capital of two states, living side by side in peace and security, in line with the relevant Security Council resolutions and internationally agreed parameters. Thank you.
I thank the representative of Malta for their statement. I give the floor to the representative of Sierra Leone.
Thank you, Madam President. I thank the Secretary General, Mr. Antonio Guterres, for his briefing, which clearly highlights the precarious nature of the ongoing conflict in the occupied Palestinian territory and other parts of the region. Let me further acknowledge the leadership of the Secretary General and the commitment of the entire UN system to alleviate the plight of the Palestinian people. In this regard, we commend the World Health Organization, UNICEF, and UNRWA for collaborating with the Palestinian Ministry of Health to successfully roll out the polio vaccination campaign. We honor the service and ultimate sacrifice of the over 220 UN and other humanitarian workers who have lost their lives in this conflict and stand in solidarity with all frontline operational personnel. Madam President, in the briefing by the Secretary General delivered by the Chef de Cabinet on 17 July 2024, there was an urgent call for the parties to the conflict to end what the Secretary General referred to as a terrible war, quote unquote, and urged for a political solution in line with international law and relevant UN resolutions. Indeed, this war has been terrible, with far-reaching consequences for civilians that have resulted in a death toll of over 41,000 civilians, 95,818 injuries, and an estimated 1.9 million internally displaced people living in overcrowded sites. The congestion, combined with the severe shortage of water and sanitation services, has created a breeding ground for disease. We continue to be alarmed by the breakdown of law and order and the increase in the crime rate in Gaza, seriously affecting the safety and security of its citizens. Madam President, the steady rise in the violence and military operations in the West Bank by Israeli security forces and extremist settlers is dangerous and unacceptable. Israel's continued occupation and expansion policies could ignite tensions and provoke an even more deadly conflict. We urge Israel to cease all military operations in the West Bank to avoid claiming more civilian lives, destroying civilian infrastructure, and setting the stage where the two-state solution becomes untenable. We therefore condemn all attacks against civilians and call upon parties to the conflict to take immediate steps to de-escalate the situation. The latest wave of escalatory attacks between Israel and Hezbollah can only lead to a broader regional conflict as tensions continue to rise and the fighting along the Israel-Lebanon border persists. The ramp-up of activities across the region, with various parties taking offensive and retaliatory actions, is unprecedented and must immediately cease. With the protracted conflict in Gaza being our utmost priority for almost a year now, a solution to the crisis is needed more now than ever before. In this regard, let us highlight the following points. First, we emphasize the need for an urgent ceasefire in the entire region. Military operations have only inflicted damage on the civilian population, who remain prime targets and are sometimes being used as human shields. An immediate ceasefire, whether through a negotiated agreement or in response to the decisions of the Security Council, as demanded in Resolutions 2728 and 2735, or whether in compliance with international humanitarian law, must be urgently implemented by the parties to the conflict. The ongoing killings of civilians are not acceptable by any standard or justification. Second, we maintain that dialogue and diplomacy must precede violence and unilateral actions. Therefore, we reiterate a call for renewed dialogue and diplomacy, which is an embodiment of our dedication to the UN Charter, to justice, and to human rights. According to the UN Charter, it is that is the United Nations, collective responsibility to save succeeding generations from the scourge of war and reaffirm our faith in fundamental human rights and the dignity of all. We urge for the resumption of negotiations and speedy conclusion of a deal that allows for the release of the remaining 101 hostages, a permanent ceasefire, and increased access to humanitarian assistance. This was the intent and purpose of Resolution 2735 of this Council. We therefore reiterate our support for the efforts of Egypt, Qatar, and the United States in this regard. Thirdly, we call for respect for international law, including international humanitarian law that will guarantee the safety and security of civilians, including humanitarian personnel. We reject indiscriminate attacks against civilians and call for accountability for war crimes. We once again draw attention of the parties to the conflicts to the various advisory opinions of the International Court of Justice, which on different occasions has clearly outlined its valued opinion on various questions regarding the Israel-Palestine conflict, not least its opinion of 19th July 2024, which concluded that the Israeli occupation of Palestinian territory is unlawful. In conclusion, Madam President, the resounding call from the international community during the UNGA 79 high-level debate this week on the situation in Gaza was for efforts to work towards the path of peace and not to give up hope for a peaceful resolution of the conflict. We therefore support the relaunch of a political process that will lead to the achievement of the two states, Israel and Palestine, living side by side in peace within secure and recognized borders. It has been proven over the years that a fragmented approach without a holistic examination of the root causes and legitimate concerns of the parties to the conflict is pointless. Therefore, the relaunch of a peace process must be consultative, guided by the principles of international law, the UN Charter, and all resolutions of the General Assembly and the Security Council. We must not renege in delivering peace to the children of Gaza and the future generations in the Middle East. I thank you.
I thank the representative of Sierra Leone for their statement. I give the floor to the representative of Japan.
Thank you, Madam President. I thank Secretary General for his sobering briefings, and also I express our deep appreciation to the UN organizations and their staff on the ground for their humanitarian roles under the extremely dangerous situation. The conflict in Gaza has gone on for nearly a year. Every day brings additional suffering to both Israelis and Palestinians. Japan reiterates our strong condemnation of the brutal acts of terror, as well as the killing of hostages by Hamas and other militant groups. At the same time, enormous number of civilian casualties caused by Israeli military operations is intolerable. The humanitarian situation is simply catastrophic, depriving the people of Gaza of their dignity. Let us be clear, hostages must be released. Civilians must be protected. Humanitarian personnel must be guaranteed a safer operating space. International law must be respected. And most importantly, the conflict and violence must end immediately. The longer this conflict continues, the more civilians will be victimized the more people will suffer from hunger and disease, and the more children will be orphaned and traumatized. It is too late for many, but still we should call to prioritize their well-being, not to fight for a military victory. There is no winner in a competition of pain. This is why the parties, in particular Hamas, must swiftly move towards the conclusion of a deal in accordance with the Council's Resolution 2735. This will pave the way to release hostages, bring an immediate ceasefire, and expand aid delivery throughout Gaza. Japan reiterates its unwavering support for the tireless mediation efforts by the US, Egypt, and Qatar. Madam President, we have also witnessed the alarming escalation in the West Bank. The heavy civilian fatalities and massive destruction of civilian infrastructure are deeply concerning. The General Assembly has recently adopted a resolution following up on the ICJ advisory opinion. As a country which attaches great importance to the role of the ICJ and the rule of law, Japan voted in favor of the resolution after thorough consideration. Israel's settlement activities are in violation of international law. Japan strongly urges the government of Israel to completely halt its settlement activities as the GA resolution demands. We also condemn the violence by the extreme settlers. As we all know, the only viable path to resolve this tragic conflict is a two-state solution, where both Israel and the future independent Palestinian state live side by side in peace and security. This requires confidence building and sustainable dialogue between the parties, not hostilities or hatred. Diplomacy must prevail, even in this time of difficulty and darkness. Japan will continue to play its part to seek a peaceful way out of this decades-long conflict. Madam President, last but not least, we are compelled to address the extremely dangerous situation in Lebanon. Japan is strongly concerned about the escalation of tensions between Israel and Hezbollah and deeply saddened by the numerous civilian casualties. Japan has joined the statement along with the like-minded countries calling for immediate 21-day ceasefire. We call on all parties to endorse temporary ceasefire immediately, consistent with the Security Council Resolution 7001, and give a real chance for diplomatic settlement. Thank you, Madam President.
I thank the representative of Japan for the statement, and I give the floor now to the representative of Switzerland.
Merci Madame la Présidente et je vous remercie pour l'organisation de ce briefing de haut niveau. Je salue également la présence parmi nous de nombreux ministres. Elle témoigne de la volonté de la communauté internationale de prévenir le risque d'une escalade encore plus grave et de retrouver le chemin de la paix. Mes remerciements vont également au secrétaire général pour son briefing au Conseil. La Suisse se joint à l'appel du secrétaire général à une désescalade immédiate dans la région. Nous sommes profondément préoccupés par la situation au Liban, notamment après les frappes qui ont fait plus de 700 morts cette semaine. Et nous condamnons le fait que ces frappes aient fait beaucoup de victimes civiles. L'attaque massive qui s'est produite aujourd'hui dans le sud de Beyrouth, ainsi que les roquettes qui continuent d'être tirées sur Israël, sont extrêmement préoccupantes. Nous appelons toutes les parties à un retour immédiat à la cessation totale des hostilités et à l'application intégrale de la résolution 1701. Toutes les parties doivent exercer la plus grande retenue et prendre toutes les précautions nécessaires pour protéger les civils en conformité avec leurs obligations en vertu du droit international humanitaire, conventionnel et coutumier. La Suisse soutient les efforts diplomatiques en cours pour arriver à une cessation des hostilités de part et d'autre de la ligne bleue. La spirale de violence contre laquelle ce Conseil s'est unanimement exprimé depuis les actes du terreur du 7 octobre, que nous avons fermement condamnés, doit impérativement cesser. Excellence, comme mesure immédiate, aussi pour une désescalade dans la région, la Suisse continue continue à appeler à un cessez-le-feu immédiat à Gaza, à la libération immédiate et inconditionnelle de tous les otages, ainsi qu'à un accès humanitaire sûr, rapide et sans entrave. Les parties doivent respecter leurs obligations de droit international. La Suisse renouvelle son soutien à l'engagement de l'ONU et en particulier à nos collègues humanitaires qui sont si souvent une cible dans ce conflit. En mai dernier, l'adoption par ce Conseil de la résolution 2730 a réaffirmé que la protection du personnel humanitaire, du personnel des Nations Unies et du personnel associé est une obligation en vertu du droit international humanitaire. Sans protection du personnel humanitaire, de leurs locaux et de leurs biens, la récente campagne de vaccination contre la polio à Gaza n'aurait tout simplement pas pu être menée. La première phase de cette campagne a pourtant prouvé que les Nations Unies peuvent remplir leur mission d'aide humanitaire s'il existe une volonté politique de mettre en place le cadre nécessaire à cet effet, conformément aux obligations du droit international. Il est grand temps que les parties respectent ces obligations et que l'accès humanitaire sûr et sans entrave à toutes les personnes dans le besoin soit enfin garanti de manière durable. Les mesures que requiert le respect du droit international humanitaire ont un impact crucial sur la vie et le bien-être des civils. La Suisse continuera d'insister sur l'obligation qui lie tous les États, selon l'article 1 commun aux conventions de Genève, de respecter et faire respecter le droit international humanitaire. War have rules. Dans cet esprit, la Suisse exécutera le mandat qui lui a été conféré par l'Assemblée générale dans la résolution qu'elle a adoptée le 18 septembre. Nous organiserons une conférence de haute partie contractante à la 4e Convention de Genève dans les 6 prochains mois. Le strict respect de la mise en œuvre du droit international humanitaire est aussi un pas fondamental vers la désescalade régionale qui est elle-même une étape cruciale vers la paix. Madame la Présidente, Excellences, la paix passe par la volonté politique et par la mise en œuvre des résolutions de ce Conseil. C'est le cas pour celles qu'il a adoptées depuis le 7 octobre à propos de Gaza et qui contiennent tous les éléments nécessaires à la désescalade et à la relance d'un processus de paix viable. Mais la paix passe aussi par la mise en œuvre des résolutions précédant le 7 octobre, comme la 2334. Comme l'affirme l'avis consultatif de la CIG du 19 juillet dernier, que la Suisse soutient l'illégalité de l'occupation israélienne du territoire palestinien qui a cours depuis 1967 ne fait maintenant aucun doute. Elle doit cesser et un horizon politique doit être rétabli. À ce propos, la Suisse salue le fait que l'Assemblée générale est appelée à la tenue, durant la 79e session, d'une conférence internationale en vue de l'instauration d'une paix globale, juste et durable au Proche-Orient. La solution à 2 États est le seul socle à même de garantir la paix entre Israéliens et Palestiniens et la stabilité dans la région. Nous devons contribuer à reconstruire, sans plus tarder, ce fondement des 2 États démocratiques, Israël et la Palestine, dont Gaza fait partie intégrante, vivant côte à côte en paix, à l'intérieur de frontières sûres et reconnues. La Suisse est prête à s'engager en ce sens aux côtés de l'ONU, des membres du Conseil et des États de la région. Je vous remercie.
I thank the representative of Switzerland for their statement. I now give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Ayman Safadi, Deputy Prime Minister and Minister for Foreign Affairs and Expatriates of Jordan.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم.
In the name of
معالي
God,
الرئيسة
the
بريطانيا
merciful, the
الزملاء
compassionate,
الأعزاء
Your Excellency, Madam
قبل أيام
dear colleagues,
تجرأت
a few days
كتلة
ago,
فلسطينية
a
إسرائيلية
Palestinian-Israeli
أن تقول
girl
ما
dared to
حرمته
say
إسرائيل.
what Israel has
الحقيقة.
forbidden. She said the
قالت
truth.
إن في غزة
She said that
أطفالا
in
يجوعون
Gaza there are
لا
children
بيوت
that are
بقيت لهم
starving and there are no
فواجهت
more
جحيم
homes to shelter
الكراهية
them.
التي
But
زرعها
this
التحريض
left
الإسرائيلي
loose against
العنصري
her by the
والمتطرف
hatred
في عقول أطفال لم يتجاوزوا 13 من أعمارهم. هاجمها طلبة مدرستها في بئر السبع بتحريض من مدرسة لهم، وبعد ذلك طردتها إدارة مدرستها من المدرسة بتهمة التحريض قبل أن تعدل القرار إلى وقفها عن الدراسة بانتظار تحقيق في الحادثة، تحقيق تدل السوابق أنه لن يكتمل أبدا، تماما مثل حال التحقيق في قتل جندي إسرائيلي الصحفية الفلسطينية الأمريكية شيرين أبو عاقلة، التي مزق جندي إسرائيلي آخر صورة لها في مكتب قناة الجزيرة في رام الله بعد إغلاقه الأسبوع الماضي، في فعل يقدم شاهدا آخر على عمق الكراهية وتحريم قول الحقيقة في إسرائيل. احتفل الطلبة الذين هاجموا الطفلة بطردها من المدرسة بنشر فيديوهات على وسائل التواصل الاجتماعي يكررون فيها تحريض الوزير الإسرائيلي المتطرف بن غفير الذي كان عضوا في منظمة كانت الولايات المتحدة سابقا صنفتها إرهابية، احرقوا قريتها. نائب رئيس بلدية مدينتها طالب بتهجير أسرة الطفل، وحسب محامي الطفلة يتلقى أفراد الأسرة يوميا تهديدات أن رؤوسهم ستقطع. لم تقتل الحكومة الإسرائيلية الأطفال الفلسطينيين وتدمر بيوتهم وتفجر مدارسهم وتحرمهم غذاءهم ودواءهم وأملهم فقط. شيطنتهم نزعت عنهم إنسانيتهم، تربي أطفالها على كرههم وجنودها على استهدافهم ومجتمعها على إنكار حقهم في الوجود. هذه هي العقائدية العنصرية اللا إنسانية التي جعلت من جرائم الحرب ضد الشعب الفلسطيني في غزة والضفة الغربية المحتلين فعلا يفخر به جنود جيش الاحتلال الإسرائيلي على وسائل التواصل الاجتماعي. هذه هي الكراهية التي حركت أرجل الجنود الإسرائيليين التي ركلوا بها جثامين شباب فلسطينيين من فوق السطوح في الضفة الغربية لتسقط أمتارا نحو الأرض ولتسقط ادعاءات أخلاقية قتلتهم. شيطنت الحكومة الإسرائيلية الفلسطينيين فمكنت إرهاب المستوطنين ضدهم وشرعنت سرقة أرضهم وطغت في سلب حقوقهم. حرب إسرائيل على غزة تبدي وحشي بهذه الكراهية، هي حرب تطهير عرقي إلغائية تستهدف محو الوجود الفلسطيني على الأرض الفلسطينية. دلائل ذلك في الدعوات العلنية لوزراء إسرائيليين حرق الفلسطينيين، في تأكيد رئيس الوزراء الإسرائيلي أنه لن يسمح أبدا بتلبية حق الشعب الفلسطيني في تقرير مصيره، وفي قرار الكنيسة الإسرائيلي منع تجسيد الدولة الفلسطينية. ودلائله في همجية العدوان على غزة، في السياسات والإجراءات الإسرائيلية غير القانونية واللا إنسانية التي سبقتها في كل الأرض الفلسطينية المحتلة، مصادرة الأرض وبناء المستوطنات وحرق البيوت وحصار الاقتصاد والاعتداء على مقدسات القدس المحتلة الإسلامية والمسيحية ومحاولات تغيير هويتها العربية الإسلامية والمسيحية. الزملاء الأعزاء، خلال عدوانها المستمر على غزة قتلت إسرائيل أكثر من 41,000 فلسطيني، ودفنت تحت ركام البيوت أكثر من 10,000 طفل ورجل وامرأة، ومنعت عمن بقي منهم نازحا في الخيم وأطلال المدارس والمستشفيات الغذاء والماء والدواء، ليموت الأطفال جوعا والأمهات عطشا والآباء قهرا. دمرت غزة لجعلها مكانا طاردا لأهلها غير قابل للحياة. وتنفذ الحكومة الإسرائيلية في الضفة الغربية المخططة ذاته، تدفعها إلى الانفجار لتبرر شن حرب جديدة تستهدف إلغاء الوجود الفلسطيني فيها ولتؤد لتهجير أهلها منها. تلك جريمة حرب لن يسمح الأردن بها، لن نسمح بتهجير الشعب الفلسطيني من وطنه التاريخي إلى وطننا. قالها جلالة الملك عبد الله الثاني بن الحسين واضحة حازمة حاسمة: لن يكون الأردن وطنا بديلا، لن يحدث هذا أبدا. سنحمي الأردن وسنتصدى لأي تهديد لوطننا بكل ما أوتينا ومهما تطلب ذلك الواجب المقدس. للفلسطينيين وطنهم المحتل الذي سيتحرر دولة مستقلة ذات سيادة عاصمتها القدس المحتلة ولو بعد حين، والأردن لأهله سيبقى منيعا عصيا وللحق الفلسطيني داعما والسند. دمرت إسرائيل غزة وتفجر الضفة الغربية وتستبيح لبنان وتدفع المنطقة نحو حرب شاملة لأن العالم سمح لها بذلك. تخرق الحكومة الإسرائيلية القانون الدولي والقانون الدولي الإنساني لأنها لا تواجه عواقب انتهاكها لهما. ترتكب جرائم الحرب لأنها لا تحاسب عليها. تتحدى مجلس الأمن وقرارات الجمعية العامة وأحكام محكمة العدل الدولية لأن القانون الدولي يطبق انتقائيا فجعلها ذلك فوقه. تهدد الأمن والسلم الدوليين لأن مجلس الأمن لا يقوم بدوره ولا يستخدم أدواته القانونية المتاحة للجمها. رأي محكمة العدل الدولية بين لا يقبل التأويل. الاحتلال الإسرائيلي للأرض الفلسطينية غير قانوني، كل ما نتج عنه باطل. هذا الرأي يجب أن يستحيل واقعا تنفيذا للقانون الدولي وحماية لفرص تحقيق السلام. فالاحتلال هو الشر كله، هو سبب كل المآسي التي عاشتها وتعيشها المنطقة، هو الذي يدفعها نحو الهاوية، هو الخطر الأكبر. الزملاء الأعزاء، حكومة تجذر الكراهية والعنصرية في مجتمعها لا تريد السلام. والكراهية والعنصرية عدو المجبول عليهما كما هما خطر على ضحيتهما. تكذب هذه الحكومة الإسرائيلية على شعبها حين تدعي أنه محاط بمن يريد دماره. تهدد مستقبله حين تجعله أسير الخوف وتحاصره في ضيق الكراهية والعنصرية وتجعل من بلده دولة مارقة. فكل الدول العربية دانت قتل المدنيين الإسرائيليين، وكل الدول العربية تريد السلام العادل الذي قدمنا من أجل تحقيقه مبادرة شاملة تضمن أمن إسرائيل وقبولها في منطقتنا في إطار حل ينهي الاحتلال ويضمن حق الشعب الفلسطيني في الحرية والكرامة والحياة والدولة المستقلة ذات السيادة على ترابه الوطني. لكن الحكومة الإسرائيلية رفضت السلام، اختارت الحرب، قتلت من الأطفال ما لم تقتل أي حرب منذ عقود، فدخلت قائمة الأمم المتحدة السوداء لقتلة الأطفال، سجلت رقما قياسيا في قتل موظفي الأمم المتحدة وعاملي الإغاثة الإنسانية. ولأن المجرم يخشى الحقيقة قتلت الصحفيين ومنعت الإعلام الدولي من دخول غزة التي أحالتها ساحة أكبر جريمة حرب في التاريخ الحديث. ذاك أنه إذا دخل الإعلام الدولي غزة سيكتشف العالم حجم الموت والدمار والظلم والبؤس الذين سمح مجتمعنا الدولي لإسرائيل أن تلحق بأهل غزة. حينذاك سيرى العالم حجم العار الذي سيعيب إنسانيتنا لأجيال قادمة. جريمة أن يسمح لحكومة عقيدتها التطرف ومنهجها القتل أن تسرق مستقبل المنطقة. كفى، أوقفوا الظلم، افرضوا القوانين الدولية والقيم الإنسانية. كلكم تؤيدون قيام الدولة الفلسطينية على أساس حل الدولتين سبيلا لتحقيق السلام العادل. ترجم اقتناعكم واقعا، اعترفوا بدولة فلسطين وضموها إلى الأمم المتحدة عضوا كاملا. كلكم ترفضون الكارثة الإنسانية التي يفاقمها العدوان الإسرائيلي على غزة. افرضوا إذن وقف استخدام التجويع سلاحا، اكسروا الحصار ولبوا دعوة جلالة الملك فرض جسر إنساني مستدام يوقف موت الفلسطينيين جوعا وعطشا ومرضا. خطر سقوط المنطقة في أتون حرب إقليمية حقيقي يتفاقم كل يوم. أوقفوا هذا الخطر قبل فوات الأوان. في جعبتكم من الأدوات القانونية والسياسية والعملانية ما يستطيع دحره. استخدموها، افرضوا العقوبات، أوقفوا تزويد إسرائيل السلاح، نفذوا قراراتكم السابقة. انقذوا الفلسطينيين والإسرائيليين من تطرف هذه الحكومة الإسرائيلية وظلاميتها وجرائمها، واحموا المنطقة والعالم من تبعات عدوانيتها التي لن تقف عند حدود الشرق الأوسط. الزملاء الأعزاء، قتلت إسرائيل عشرات الآلاف من الفلسطينيين، وتستطيع آلة حربها أن تقتل أكثر، لكنها لن تستطيع أن تقتل إرادة الشعب الفلسطيني في الحياة، ولن تستطيع وقف نضاله من أجل الحرية. سيظلون يدقون بابها جيلا بعد جيل. هذا هو التاريخ، وهذا ما سيكون المستقبل. للشعب الفلسطيني حق يجب أن يناله إذا ما كان للمنطقة أن تنعم بحقها في الأمن والسلام. الزملاء الأعزاء، سيكسر نور الحق الفلسطيني عتمة الظلم الإسرائيلي، وستنتهي جولة الباطل الإسرائيلية عاجلا أم آجلا. اجعلوا ذلك عاجلا حتى لا يجعل القهر والظلم المستقبل كما الراهن دوامات صراع وقتل وبؤس وحروب. كفى، جاوز الظالمون المدى. أوقفوا هذا الظلم. شكرا لكم.
I thank His Excellency Mr. Safadi for his statement. I now give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Badr Ahmed Mohamed Abdelati, Minister for Foreign Affairs, Immigration, and Egyptian expatriates of Egypt.
السيد الرئيس، نشكركم على عقد الاجتماع بطلب من الجزائر الشقيق لمناقشة التطورات الراهنة على ضوء الحرب والعدوان الغاشم المستمر على قطاع غزة والضفة الغربية وما تشهده الأرض الفلسطينية المحتلة من عدوان ظالم. لقد جلسنا بينكم مرات عديدة منذ بداية الحرب على الشعب الفلسطيني بقطاع غزة، وناشدنا المجلس مرارا وتكرارا للتدخل بصورة مباشرة لوقف الاعتداءات الإسرائيلية الوحشية التي يعاني منها المدنيون في قطاع غزة منذ ما يقرب من العام، وإنهاء الحصار والتجويع لشعب أعزل وأطفال أبرياء حرموا من عائلاتهم وما زالوا يعانون من أخطار المجاعة والأمراض المعدية في ظل كارثة إنسانية مروعة صنعها الاحتلال الإسرائيلي الغاشم، والتي أودت بحياة أكثر من
unprecedented humanitarian catastrophe caused by the Israeli occupation. This is a situation which resulted in 41,000 dead. Most are women and children. More than 100,000 people have been wounded. And there are those who are still buried under rubble. Even those who survive will continue to suffer difficulties for many years to come. The Israeli war and aggression machine has destroyed most of the buildings and infrastructure, civilian buildings and infrastructure, including hospitals and schools, systematically to make the Gaza Strip uninhabitable.
ورغم كل المناشدات الدولية لإسرائيل بوقف نزيف الدماء وإيقاف القتل المستمر واستهداف المدنيين، ورغم مساعي الوساطة المستمرة لمصر مع قطر والولايات المتحدة، ورغم قرارات مجلس الأمن العديدة، ورغم قرارات محكمة العدل الدولية، ورغم ما وصل إليه القطاع من وضع إنساني كارثي، أمعنت قوات الاحتلال في الانتقام من أهل غزة واستخدمت التجويع والحصار كسلاح ضد الفلسطينيين، وفرضت عليهم النزوح والتهجير من منازلهم، واحتلت الجانب الفلسطيني من معبر رفح، ومنعت وكالات الأمم المتحدة والمنظمات الإغاثية من توزيع المساعدات داخل القطاع، وتركت المدنيين بلا متاع ولا دواء ولا غذاء كاف وعلى مدار أشهر طويلة، بما أفضى لكارثة إنسانية طويلة.
And this has been ongoing for months, causing humanitarian catastrophe. Egypt, Madam President, and the group of Arab states refuse to reject the targeting of civilians. We reject violence against civilians, and yet we have seen that Israel has obstinately sought to carry out reprisals or to expand the conflict and resulting in conflagration in the region with more and more civilians being imperiled. We condemn this, and this is unacceptable as a whole, and with all these specific features. We call upon the world and the Security Council to bring this to an end. This is logic and evident. The occupying power is the main direct responsible party for the situation which is currently taking place in Gaza, responsible for the destruction. The occupying power is responsible for the growing scale of the devastation and the conflict. The violence has spilled over from Gaza into the West Bank. And then in Lebanon, and hundreds of victims were claimed in Lebanon in one day, including women and children. Israel, like all states, has obligations to implement all United Nations Security Council resolutions and judgments from the ICJ adopted since the beginning of the conflict, an obligation to uphold the principles of IHL, humanitarian law, as well as the rules of war. We stress that these rules are being flouted brazenly, and Israel is enjoying complete impunity in this. This means that public opinion views the situation as an example of international hypocrisy, an example of double standards being applied. We reject the mendacious pretext for the ongoing war and aggression, and we reject the pretexts that have been laid out by the occupying power related to the measures adopted to alleviate humanitarian consequences, insofar as these measures are not credible. The best proof of this is the widening starvation and a famine in Gaza, according to the UN report. The end to humanitarian assistance through the Rafah checkpoint is a direct consequence of Israeli military repeated attacks on the Gaza Strip, including the Palestinian side of that crossing point. We reject this, and we cautioned against this. This is collective punishment targeting the Palestinian people.
بمثابة مهمة مستحيلة بل انتحارية
وبما يمثل تهديدا مباشرا لحياة العاملين بالمجال الإنساني ونقدم خالص التعازي لشهداء العمل الإنساني من موظفي الأمم المتحدة وعلى رأسها وكالة الأونروا. إن مواصلة العمل الإنساني ما زال ممكنا إذا تحملت إسرائيل مسؤولياتها وانسحبت فورا من الجانب الفلسطيني من معبر رفح وقامت بتسليمه للسلطة الوطنية الفلسطينية وقامت بفتح كافة المعابر الأخرى التي تحيط بغزة من الجانب الإسرائيلي. إنما تشهده فلسطين المحتلة ليس وليد الصدفة، فإسرائيل تدرك جيدا أثر ممارساتها على الأرض في القطاع وتدرك آثار الاستيطان والهدم ومصادرة الأراضي والاقتحامات العسكرية اليومية لمدن الضفة الغربية، وهي كلها ممارسات لا تعدو كونها انعكاسا لسياسات لا تسعى سوى للقضاء على ما تبقى من فرص لحل الدولتين. which are geared towards extinguishing the dimming hope of a two-state solution being achieved. Egypt, Madam President, will continue to work towards a solution and to ensure the delivery of humanitarian assistance to the Gaza Strip in order to ensure that there be access for the delivery of this assistance. And this is on the basis of our duty before the fraternal Palestinian people so that they can resist on their territory, Gaza, the West Bank, and Jerusalem. Despite all attempts to expel these people, this is a red line for us. which we will not allow to be traversed. The international community has an obligation to adopt a clear stance in this regard without double standards and without delay. The Security Council can make a difference on the ground if there's political will, and if this is sincere. And lastly, I wish to turn to the role towards which we aspire, the role to be played by the Security Council through the leveraging of mechanisms which are at its disposal at this critical turning point in the Middle East. First and foremost, to compel Israel to accept a ceasefire, an immediate ceasefire. This is the best way to resolve, to end the bloodletting, to end the aggression in Lebanon, and to immediately and fully withdraw from the Gaza Strip and the Philadelphia corridor, and on the Palestinian side, the Rafah crossing point, to facilitate humanitarian access, and the withdrawal from the Palestinian side from all the withdrawal by Israel from all checkpoints on the Palestinian side, and the opening of these crossing points as a prelude to the opening of all Palestinian territory. Next, the implementation of all advisory opinions of the ICG. Third, to facilitate access and the control of the Palestinian Authority, and to ensure that they deliver upon all of its duties towards the Palestinian people, specifically in Gaza, as well as the delivery of vital services and
ترحيب مجلس الأمن بالعضوية الكاملة لدولة فلسطين بالأمم المتحدة.
Next, for the Security Council to welcome Palestine's full-fledged membership at the United Nations on the basis of the 1967 borders, including East Jerusalem. This is an important issue, an urgent issue, if we to uphold the two-state solution and to uphold the question of international justice being delivered. To ensure that the credibility of the United Nations Security Council are maintained. This is what is at stake. Next, be it in Gaza or the West Bank and East Jerusalem, on the basis of a clearly defined timeline, there's a need for Israel to withdraw with a specific and clear measures being adopted in the event of delays according to the Charter of the United Nations. Madam President, we awaited for Israel to end final status negotiations for decades without any result. And you would agree now that it is past time for the Israeli government to embrace the two-state solution, to comply with the resolutions of the international community, in addition to official statements to uphold the establishment of a Palestinian state. We do not have a peace partner right now, and it is time to recognize the Palestinian state, an independent Palestinian state, to end the occupation which has gone on for decades. And the International Court of Justice has defined this as being unjust. Egypt will continue steadfastly to support peace efforts, which we hope to establish over the course of decades. Our hope is that the international community will, without delay, shoulder its responsibilities, and the Security Council will shoulder its responsibilities to establish a peace as is deserved by the people in the region. Thank you.
I thank His Excellency Mr. Abdelati for his statement. I now give the floor to His Highness Prince Faisal bin Farhan Al Saud, Minister for Foreign Affairs of Saudi Arabia.
In the name of God, the merciful,
معالي
the
الرئيس أصحاب
compassionate.
المعالي والسعادة بداية أعرب عن شكري لجمهورية سلوفينيا على استجابتها لدعوة الجمهورية الجزائرية الديمقراطية الشعبية بعقد هذه الجلسة وعلى دعمها لجهود إرساء السلم والأمن الدوليين والتي تجسدت بشكل واضح في اعترافها التاريخي بدولة فلسطين.
that culminated clearly in your historic recognition of the state of Palestine. The Palestinian question remains the most important crisis that requires the attention of your august council as grave Israeli violations continue and as the humanitarian situation is deteriorating. We clearly see the dangerous implications of prolonging this crisis and widening the conflict through the latest military escalation in Lebanon. Since last October, there were 6 draft resolutions where the veto was used out of 10, and the resolutions that were adopted so far failed to achieve a ceasefire, failed to address the catastrophic humanitarian situation, and failed to pave the way for a credible political path towards peace. We wonder, what does the Council need to end the suffering to implement international law? It is clear that there is a widening gap between international consensus and divides within the Council, which undermine its performance and outcomes. The General Assembly, in successive resolutions, reflected what our countries were calling for, the urgent need for a ceasefire, providing humanitarian assistance to the Strip without interruption and the right of Palestinians to self-determination. We value the resolution of the GA that recognized the eligibility of Palestine for full membership at the UN, by virtue of which Palestine received additional privileges, as well as the latest resolution that called on Israel to end its occupation of the Palestinian territory. Achieving peace requires
حيث أن المسؤولية
القانونية
والأخلاقية لوضع حد لهذه الأزمة تقع على عاتق مجلسكم الموقر الذي ارتهنت نقاشاته لاعتبارات سياسية حالت دون ممارسته للمسؤولية. ولمن يقول أن علينا انتظار التفاوض لقيام دولة فلسطينية وعدم اتخاذ خطوات أحادية، أقول ما العمل عندما ترفض إسرائيل حتى الاعتراف بمبدأ حل الدولتين وتستمر في الإجراءات الأحادية التي تقوض آفاق السلام؟ لذلك أقول لقد آن الأوان لإطلاق شراكة جادة من أجل السلام. ومن هنا أدعو أعضاء المجتمع الدولي وخاصة دول المجلس التي لم تعترف بعد بدولة فلسطين إلى المضي قدما بذلك دعما لحل الدولتين وحفاظا على فرص تحقيق التعايش والسلام المستدام. تؤمن المملكة بأن إنهاء الاحتلال وتنفيذ حل الدولتين هو الأساس لإيقاف دوامة العنف ورفع المعاناة وتحقيق الأمن والاستقرار في المنطقة. ولذلك فإننا أطلقنا مع شركائنا في اللجنة الوزارية العربية الإسلامية المشتركة ومملكة النرويج والاتحاد الأوروبي التحالف الدولي لتنفيذ حل الدولتين استشعارا منا بالمسؤولية المشتركة للعمل على تغيير واقع الصراع دون انتظار. في الختام تؤكد المملكة على تمسكها بإقامة الدولة الفلسطينية المستقلة على أساس حدود عام 1967 وعاصمتها القدس الشرقية استجابة لحق الفلسطينيين الأصيل في تقرير المصير. شكرا سيد الرئيس.
In order for the Palestinians to achieve their inherent right to self-determination.
I thank His Highness Prince Al Saud for his statement. I now give the floor to I now give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Hakan Fidan, Minister for Foreign Affairs of Turkey.
Dear colleagues, I would like to thank at the outset Algeria for initiating this session. I also would like to thank to my friend Ms. Tanja Fajon, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Slovenia, the chairperson in Office of Security Council, for opening this debate to the participation of countries outside the Council. Today, we are confronted with a blade-sharp turning point.
Our trajectory will define the world we want to live in and the way nations interact. As I articulated yesterday at a different setting, our so valued rules-based order is in shambles. This erosion is getting irreversible with each passing day. Wisdom could have prevailed to stop this barbaric war in Gaza before it expands to the West Bank, Lebanon, and beyond. It is so puzzling that certain international actors, which have the leverages to alter this horrific course, decided deliberately to stay paralyzed, and they show no reflexes whatsoever to take conclusive action. What we need to do is so clear. There is a UN Security Council resolution setting out fundamentals of a deal. An immediate and permanent ceasefire must be secured. Hostages, detainees exchange should take place. Israel must withdraw from Gaza. Humanitarian aid needs to give unhindered towards Palestinians that are in dire need to survive. We are all aware that Netanyahu has consistently evaded such a deal from unfolding. So much encouraged by the impunity granted, he will continue with his genocidal acts until the international community, especially the Security Council, puts real pressure on Israel to stop. I underline the Security Council's primary responsibility for the maintenance of international peace and security. The Council, regrettably, so far failed to make sure Israel implements its resolutions. No arms embargo, no coercive measures. With Israeli aggression unbounded, Lebanon on target, we are now in uncharted waters. All measures of international law and international humanitarian law have been sidelined, blindfolded. Intense bombing continues unabated without distinction of civilians and military targets. The Security Council should rise to its essential task. I urge all of you to stop this war and Israeli aggression. Only and only peace will ensure security of Israel, and peace will come only by two-state solution. Political or individual interests of Netanyahu and his fundamentalist partners should not endanger regional stability and international order. Let us pave the way for the two-state solution with an independent, sovereign, and contiguous Palestinian state based on the 1967 lines with each Jerusalem as its capital. Let us work all together for a just and lasting peace. This is our call to the Security Council. Thank you very much.
I thank His Excellency, Mr. Fidan, for his statement. I now give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Bassam Sabag, Minister for Foreign Affairs and Expatriates of the Syrian Arab Republic.
شكرا سيد الرئيس. سيد الرئيس، أدلي بهذا البيان باسم المجموعة العربية في الأمم المتحدة. أتوجه بالشكر لكم على عقد هذه الجلسة وللجزائر الشقيقة العضو العربي في مجلس الأمن على المبادرة لطلب عقدها. سيد الرئيس، منذ عام ونحن في هذا المجلس نكرر مطالبتنا المرة تلك والأخرى بضرورة تحرك مجلس الأمن واضطلاعه بمسؤولياته الأساسية التي أناطها به الدول الأعضاء بموجب الميثاق، ألا وهي صون السلم والأمن الدوليين اللذان يواجهان اليوم تهديدات خطيرة متصاعدة جراء عجز مجلس الأمن عن وضع قراراته موضع التطبيق لوقف الإبادة الجماعية التي ترتكبها إسرائيل بحق الشعب الفلسطيني مع ما يرافقها من عدوان على لبنان الشقيق واعتداءات متكررة على الأراضي السورية. إن من غير المقبول أن كل القرارات ذات الصلة التي اعتمدها المجلس على مدى الأشهر الماضية والتي لم يكن اعتمادها بالأمر اليسير جراء الدعم الذي تقدمه بعض الدول الأعضاء في المجلس لإسرائيل لم تجد طريقها إلى التنفيذ، لأن الغاية منها بالنسبة للبعض كانت مجرد تنفيس الاحتقان ومنح المزيد من الوقت لسلطات الاحتلال الإسرائيلي لمواصلة جرائمها الوحشية. لقد شارف عام على بدء العدوان الإسرائيلي الهمجي على غزة، والذي لم نشهد له مثيلا منذ الحرب العالمية الثانية. والسؤال الذي يطرح هنا: هل اتسق أداء مجلس الأمن مع المواقف التي عبرت عنها الغالبية الساحقة من دولنا الأعضاء؟ لقد ردت سلطات الاحتلال على هذا السؤال من خلال مواصلتها الإبادة الجماعية وجرائم الحرب والجرائم ضد الإنسانية وارتكاب أبشع أشكال القتل والتدمير بحق الشعب الفلسطيني، وأيضا من خلال توسيع نطاق جرائمها لتشمل الضفة الغربية. خلال الأشهر الماضية عرضت المجموعة العربية وعدد كبير من ممثلي الأمم المتحدة ووكالاتها لآثار العدوان الإسرائيلي والجرائم التي ترتكبها قوات الاحتلال على مرأى من أعين العالم. اليوم نشهد تصعيدا للعدوان الإسرائيلي على لبنان الشقيق أسفر عن استشهاد مئات المدنيين الأبرياء وتدمير منازلهم ومصادر رزقهم ودفعهم إلى النزوح بمئات الآلاف. قبل بضع ساعات فقط استهدف كيان الاحتلال الإسرائيلي أبنية سكنية تضم مئات المدنيين الآمنين في الضاحية الجنوبية للعاصمة بيروت، وهو ما يضيف دليلا آخر على مدى وحشية هذا الكيان واستهتاره بالقانون الدولي. من جهة أخرى يواصل الكيان الإسرائيلي اعتداءاته المتكررة على الأراضي السورية، وآخرها استهداف منطقة الحدود السورية اللبنانية فجر هذا اليوم، وسبقه استهداف للنازحين المتواجدين على معبر حدودي بين سوريا ولبنان، وذلك بعد ساعات معدودة فقط من الاعتداء على منطقة يونين اللبنانية، والذي أدى إلى استشهاد 23 سوريا ممن يعيشون في لبنان، جلهم من النساء والأطفال. السيد الرئيس، تجدد المجموعة العربية التأكيد على الطابع المركزي للقضية الفلسطينية وعلى دعمها المطلق لحقوق الشعب الفلسطيني غير القابلة للتصرف، بما فيها حقه في تقرير المصير وإقامة دولته المستقلة وعاصمتها القدس.
determination and to the
تعرب
creation of
المجموعة
an
العربية
independent state with East Jerusalem as its
عن
capital.
إدانتها الشديدة لاستمرار العدوان الإسرائيلي على قطاع غزة وعلى دول المنطقة، والذي يشكل انتهاكا صارخا للقانون الدولي ولقرارات الأمم المتحدة ذات الصلة. وتحمل إسرائيل المسؤولية الكاملة عن جميع الخسائر الفادحة في الأرواح والمعاناة الإنسانية والأضرار المادية والدمار في الممتلكات والبنية التحتية. تؤكد المجموعة العربية على ضرورة التحرك الفوري قبل فوات الأوان، وتقدر في هذا السياق الجهود الحثيثة التي تبذلها جمهورية مصر العربية ودولة قطر من أجل التوصل إلى اتفاق لوقف إطلاق النار وتخفيف المعاناة الإنسانية في غزة. تدعم المجموعة العربية تنفيذ الرأي الاستشاري لمحكمة العدل الدولية بشأن عدم شرعية الاحتلال والاستيطان وضرورة إنهائه وتوسيع الاعتراف بدولة فلسطين ودعم حقها في العضوية الكاملة في الأمم المتحدة. كما تشدد على ضرورة وضع القرار ذي الصلة الذي اعتمدته الجمعية العامة بتاريخ 18 أيلول موضع التنفيذ لإنهاء الاحتلال الإسرائيلي للأراضي العربية. تدين المجموعة العربية بشدة إجراءات الاحتلال الإسرائيلي الرامية لتقويض وكالة الأونروا واستهداف وقتل العاملين فيها أسوة بغيرهم من الطواقم الإنسانية، وتؤكد على ضرورة الحفاظ على ولاية الأونروا وعلى قدرتها على تقديم الدعم للاجئين الفلسطينيين على أراضيهم وفي الدول المضيفة. سيد الرئيس، تؤكد المجموعة العربية على تضامنها القوي مع لبنان الشقيق وشعبه، وتطالب بوقف العدوان الإسرائيلي الغاشم على أراضيه ومساءلة سلطات الاحتلال الإسرائيلي عن جرائمها، كما تطالب أيضا بوقف الاعتداءات الإسرائيلية على سوريا ومنع تكرارها. تحمل المجموعة العربية إسرائيل المسؤولية الكاملة عن انزلاق الأوضاع في المنطقة إلى حد يزج بها في حرب إقليمية شاملة تهدد السلم والأمن الدوليين. في الختام، تجدد المجموعة العربية التأكيد على أن الاحتلال الإسرائيلي كان ولا يزال السبب الأساسي لما تشهده المنطقة من عدم استقرار، وتطالب الأمم المتحدة بالتحرك العاجل لوضع قراراتها ذات الصلة موضع التنفيذ وإنهاء الاحتلال وضمان انسحاب إسرائيل من جميع الأراضي العربية التي تحتلها في فلسطين وسوريا ولبنان. شكرا السيد الرئيس.
I thank you, Madam President.
I thank His Excellency Mr. Sabak for his statement. I now give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Saeed Abbas Araghchi, Minister for Foreign Affairs of the Islamic Republic of Iran.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Mr. President, distinguished members of the Security Council, more than enough has been said about the horrors of ongoing genocide in Gaza, but not a single action is taken by the Security Council to stop it. Instead, the Israeli criminal mafia is rewarded. Their crimes are justified and their atrocities are normalized before our eyes. That's why Netanyahu and his companions have become so viciously emboldened to dream of repeating their carnage in Lebanon and of pushing the entire region into a full-scale war. It is very clear that they are counting on U.S. support in their sinister campaign of terror and destruction. Just this morning, Israeli regime used several 5,000-pound bunker busters that had been gifted to them by the United States to hit residential areas in Beirut. While the Israeli regime must be held accountable for the atrocity crimes they have been committing in occupied Palestine and Lebanon, one cannot disregard the U.S. complicity in their crime. I just remind the Council of a couple of facts. First, Israel's warmongering relies on U.S. military support and political backing. American weapons constitute the major part of Israeli weaponry and ammunition used in Gaza, and therefore the United States is implicated in every aspect of Israel's atrocity. The vast majority of bombs Israel drops on Gaza are US-made. The US has sent so many arms to Israel since October 7 that the Pentagon has struggled to find sufficient cargo aircraft to deliver the material. If there is minimal honesty in US expression of concern over the loss of innocent Palestinian life in Gaza and Lebanon, it can simply deny Israel the tools it needs to commit crime. Mr. President, it is now more than a year of genocidal campaign in Gaza. More than 200,000 people have been slaughtered, wounded, or buried under the rubble. The whole Gaza Strip is leveled to the ground. Children and women have been deliberately mass murdered as part of Israel's deliberate whim to annihilate Palestine. The world has been watching with indignation and disgust, while the West has only been appeasing the culprit. Mr. President, the Council's credibility is shrinking every minute as it is prevented by Israel's major supporters from fulfilling its responsibility under the Charter. The Council must act now and stop Israel's cruel plan to exterminate an entire nation who have for 8 long decades been under brutal occupation and suppression. The Council's inaction is an invitation to more atrocity. The Council's members, and indeed the whole United Nations system, would be held responsible for every atrocity Israel commits in Gaza, in Lebanon, and elsewhere. Netanyahu and his criminal gang must have been arrested and prosecuted for the most heinous crimes, not to let him appear before this august body and take pride in his evil deeds. That's the historic shame that a high-profile killer dares to show up at the United Nations and poison the General Assembly with his disgusting lies and outrageous threats to invade other states and kill more people. He is illusional about the people in the region that he boasted about normalizing relations with Muslims by swimming through a sea of Palestinian and Lebanese blood. That's not going to happen for sure. As the Israeli campaign of death and destruction continues, the people in the region become more determined in their firmly held belief that Israel is a nasty outsider planted in our region as part of a colonial scheme to engage our region in unending cycle of wars and violence. We express our sympathy towards the people of Lebanon. The Islamic Republic of Iran will be on the side of Lebanon and resistance by all means. I thank you very much.
I thank His Excellency Mr. Arakci for his statement. I now give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Espen Barth Eide, Minister for Foreign Affairs of Norway.
Dear Tanya, dear members of the Security Council, I speak to you as a representative of the country that facilitated the Oslo Accords back in 1993. We have been committed to the cause of fostering good relations between Israel and Palestine, and to prepare for the work of establishing a Palestinian state. We always thought that we would recognize the state of Palestine, but we thought until recently that the right moment of doing that was at the end of a process of voluntary negotiations, open-ended, between the two sides. When the Oslo Accords were agreed, the idea was to build the institutions of a Palestinian state, bottom up. That would begin with the practical elements of a state, while negotiations would go on the 4 clusters of outstanding issues that we all know so well. And it was people like Yitzhak Rabin and Shimon Peres and Yasser Arafat and their teams who negotiated this, in my view, in very good faith, with a clear indication that they actually wanted to achieve this goal, which is why we thought, and I still think, given the information we had at the time, that the right thing to do was to build it bottom up, so that these outstanding issues of borders and status of refugees and security, all these questions could be settled at the end. And at that time, we, and I believe all countries of the United Nations, would recognize the state of Palestine. Well, at some point we realized that there was no progress in these talks, that not much happened. And I have been in and out of this job, and I've had the opportunity, both now and previously, to chair the AHLC, the ad hoc committee, for the donor committee for Palestine, which has been ad hoc for 31 years, which is a long interpretation of ad hoc. And we had a meeting yesterday, by the way, which was very constructive, and Prime Minister Mustafa gave a very good report of what he has done and his government has done since they came into our office some months ago, and also plans that were very broadly applauded by the donors, including the European Union and the United States of America, which are my co-chairs in that role. The problem was, in many of the years that we were doing this work, that we were wondering whether we were part of the solution or part of the problem. On a good day, part of the solution, because we were building the quintessential institution that is necessary if you want to have a state. And we have seen, and this council knows this more than most, sometimes we recognize states without really having the interior in place. So the idea was that when the state was in place, it was really firmly built to be able to cooperate with Israel in a constructive manner, but also to provide the key services and provide for the aspirations of the Palestinian people. But on the bad day, we were thinking maybe we were a part of the problem, because we were just creating what some people saw as a process and what some people saw as status quo, as a kind of status in itself. And of course, the process is to something, but it can be quite harmful if it does not lead to anything. So at some point, we realized that we could not go on eternally. We had to change gears. And what has happened now, I'm not going to repeat what so many people have said of the immense atrocities and the violence and the death and destruction which has been bestowed upon the people of Israel, the people of Palestine, both in Gaza and in the West Bank, and now also in Lebanon, and the fear of many countries that it will expand into other countries in the region, that even some of the peace accords that were acquired decades ago could now be in trouble. So out of that, we realized that we had to change gears. And together with precisely Slovenia, and I applaud you for your very good work here as president of the Council, and Spain and Ireland, and we added ourselves to the already long list of countries that have recognized Palestine, 149 right now. That leaves 44 states of the 193 members of the UN. And what we did yesterday, as was mentioned by the Foreign Minister of His Highness the Foreign Minister of Saudi Arabia, we launched what we call the Global Alliance for the implementation of a Palestinian state and a two-state solution, which brings together a number of countries that believe that we have to change gears and accelerate this work now, and that we have to see how we can come out of this deadlock and try to use this deep crisis also as an opportunity to move forward. So I urge, and the contact group that establishes this group urge all countries to contribute to the universal recognition of the Palestinian state and its UN membership, as we have done, Slovenia and my country and many others. To strengthen the institutions of the state of Palestine so that they are ready to live up to the expectations of their people in the West Bank, but also to prepare for their return to Gaza. Because we want one Palestine, not different Palestines. We want that Palestine which came out of the Oslo Accords, which means that it's the institutions that we know as the State of Palestine, which are the embryonic institutions of what finally will be the real existing universally recognized State of Palestine. But also, as was mentioned in the intervention of Saudi Arabia, that this also would be anchored in a broader regional setting of normalization, where many countries in the region would be ready to provide for the security guarantees of Israelis and Palestinians alike. This is an updated vision based on the Arab peace formula that was launched many years ago, but adapted to today's realities. Many speakers have invoked the ICJ decision of July this year, which very clearly points out in its legal language that the occupation is illegal, that it amounts to annexation, and that it has to come to an end. And the vast majority of the members of the General Assembly confirmed that position in its resolution last week, which, by the way, was the first resolution ever proposed by the Palestinian delegation and supported by many others, including my own country. In that context, I want to share with the Council the following observation. Of course, Israel has to be part of how this is finally settled. But it does not any longer make sense that if you're illegally occupying other people's lands, you have an absolute eternal veto on everything that is going to happen in that area. It does not fit with international law. It does not fit with the vast majority, how we see it, the vast majority of people on the planet. This has to change. Towards the end, Madam President, I want to say to Israel, and I'm happy to sit beside Israel because we have no problem with diplomacy. We think that when we disagree, we do better speaking to each other than to cancel each other. So I'm happily sitting right here, and I want to say to our friends from Israel, Norway was an enthusiastic supporter of the establishment of the Jewish homeland of Israel, and we still is. We want Israelis to thrive and prosper safely, security, without terrorism, without fears to their life in Israel. But we have exactly the same love for the Palestinian people. We want the Palestinian people to thrive and prosper and live securely and safely in Palestine. And we do believe that the people of Israel and the people of Palestine are much more likely to do that if there is a two-state solution. And we think that this is exactly the moment to arrive at the two-state solution, which is why we believe that this is the moment to move forward, think outside the box, and to try to move towards a real progress on this field. And I want to remind the Council that it is bestowed in the Council, on the Council to be the primary source of upholding international security, international law, in accordance with the UN principles, in accordance with the UN Charter. And as the Secretary General told us on the opening of this session of the GA, international law is in trouble. It's in trouble, serious trouble in Ukraine, it's serious trouble in the Middle East and so many other places. This is an excellent opportunity to turn a very deep, alarmingly dangerous crisis into a major opportunity, and it's time to implement a Palestinian state so that we can implement a two-state solution. I thank you, Madam President.
I thank His Excellency Mr. Wright for his statement. I now give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Josep Borrell Fontelles, High Representatives of the European Union for Foreign Affairs and Security Policy and Vice President of the European Commission.
Mr. President, Everybody knows the figures. Since the start of the war, about 42,000 Palestinians have been killed, maybe more below the rubble of Gaza. Most of them are innocent civilians, including over 11,000 children. And this after 1,200 Israelis were killed and hundreds taken hostages. Many of them still are being kept in captivity, while Gaza has been reduced to rubble, a place where life is no longer possible. This week I met families of hostages. I already did during my last visit to Israel, and I see their agony. And 2 weeks ago I was in the border of Gaza. I heard the bombing behind me, and I saw large supplies of humanitarian aid which could be life-saving, but are not allowed to enter into Gaza. And it's difficult for me to add anything to what Commissioner General Lasserini of UNRWA said yesterday. Gaza is a place that horrifies even the most seasoned humanitarians. And I want to use this opportunity to pay tribute to UNRWA, of which 222 staff members have been killed. The European Union keeps calling for an immediate ceasefire, unconditional release of all hostages, unhindered delivery of humanitarian aid, which is really needed. And we support the US, Qatar, and Egypt in their ongoing efforts. It has already been said, escalation in the region is driving it into the abyss of a full-blown war across the blue line and in the region. While we are talking, bombs are again falling in Beirut, and civilians are paying an unbearable price. The Foreign Affairs Council of the European Union, which I am proud to represent here, supports the French and American efforts for an urgent ceasefire in Lebanon and implementing the United Nations Security Council Resolution 1701 by your parties. It is essential, but allow me to remind that this resolution was adopted 20 years ago, and we are still asking for it to be implemented. Also on the West Bank, including East Jerusalem, it's about to fall off a cliff. And we continue condemning violence. The European Union continues condemning violence, all kinds of terrorism and settlement expansion. We have adopted sanctions on terrorist organizations such as Hamas, but also on some of the extremist settles. And as many have said, sorry, but West Bank is becoming another Gaza. And you can see the videos of bulldozers destroying roads, destroying water supply systems, destroying sewerage, all that on the name of fighting against terrorism, of course. Israelis, Palestinians, Lebanese, and all people deserve security and the protection of international law. All. For Israel's sake, as well as for the Palestinians, we need a strong, legitimate, and effective Palestinian Authority. Therefore, we support its reform, and on that basis, we provide emergency support worth 400 million euros, and we will work with key partners on further support. Finally, it is vital not to just focus on the many crises of today, but as my Norwegian friend has said, we have to work to resolve this underlying conflict. Therefore, yesterday, we co-hosted a high-level event with the Arab League, and I want to thank to everyone who made this event possible, and the OIC contact group and Norway, thank you very much to Norway, open to all United Nations members, all, no exclusion. Some decided not to go, but many did. It was a big event, a constructive and positive event. Under the chairmanship of Prince Faisal of Saudi Arabia, we launched this global alliance for the implementation of the two-state solution. Well, in fact, for the implementation of the Palestinian state, because the other state has already been implemented. And under its umbrella, all states and international organizations can bring together their practical measures to bring about a free Palestine next to a secure Israel. And I want to stress it. We want the security of Israel. We, Europeans, we ask for a free Palestine next to a secure Israel. Taking responsibility means that we must not only say what we oppose. I don't want this solution. Okay, then what is your solution? If you don't want the two-state solution, which is the solution? Someone knows a better one that can be explained and implemented? We have to act if we want to achieve. We will do this work with the whole world, quickly, because every day costs lives. But in the end, it is up to Israelis and Palestinians to make their own peace. And I know that both people experience this conflict as an existential one. Both fear the other want to destroy them. The Israelis fear to be thrown to the sea, and the Palestinians to be thrown to the desert. Extremist forces do their worst to fan the hate that killed Rabin. The hate that killed Rabin, and the same voices that were pushing for killing Rabin now are being heard again. So all of us must help the societies to speak each other. Understanding the suffering of the other is certainly the most difficult challenge and the most difficult thing to be done by people in conflict. But it has to be done. And we Europeans, we can maybe to present an example of this has been done. Let nobody say that this is not the time for the two-state solution. When was the right time? When will be the right time? How many more people has to die before it is the right time? The Palestinians are a people that refuse to die. Le peuple palestinien est un peuple qui ne veut pas mourir en tant que peuple. And there is nothing more absurd than anti-Semitism. There is nothing more absurd than to hate and to kill a human being because he belongs to another group, another ethnic, or professes another religion. And anti-Semitism has brought the humanity to the worst crimes. So please, don't let this word to be banalized. We refuse any anti-Semitic approach to this problem. And on this basis, it's time to act. It's time to act. Let's go to work. The bombs continue falling. We are living in a world done of resolutions, meetings, speeches. Out of this room, the real world is made of war, people being killed, misery, hate. Let's make this world to approach the real world, and let's make our word to have the capacity to change it. Thank you.
I thank His Excellency Mr. Borrell Fonteles for his statement. There are no more names inscribed on the list of speakers, so this meeting is adjourned.
That's a wrap.